Supervisors meeting. We're going to begin this meeting with a flag salute led by our County Executive, David Bosch.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, David. We'll now move to our statement of meeting procedures read by our county clerk.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, August 26, 2014. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There is a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all cell phones be turned off or put in the silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you, Ann. We'll now move to public comment, and as Ann described, this is the time that the board has set aside for members of the public to come and speak to any issue that is not on the agenda. Do we have anyone that would like to make a comment? Yes, please. Please come forward, state your name and residence, and you have the floor.
Can you hear me? Oh,
Yes.
There we go. Shauna Larson, SHANA-LAURSEN. I live at 11391 Overhill Drive, Auburn, 95602. I'm coming on behalf of the new Placer County Animal Services Shelter. And my very quick statement is I foster rescue dogs. I have been doing so for 9 years. In that experience, I have found that every capital investment has been worthwhile. I have a staff that helps me care for the dogs, and when I make a capital investment, those ongoing labor expenses are reduced. My staff is more effective, and the dogs are happier. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. And I will repeat again that that item is agendized, so if anybody wants to speak on that item, there is a time set to speak on that item. This is for items that aren't on the agenda. So anyone have any information, any news, going once, going twice? Yes? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Tammy Caswick. I live at 672 Shockley Road in Auburn, and I'm here on behalf of Legal Shield. And I was wondering if you all had received your binders with the information that I have put out for you guys, and if you had any questions.
I'm sorry, could you say who you're with?
Through Legal Shield, I'm a
Legal
group benefits specialist.
I don't believe so.
You didn't get them yet?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, we'll now move to our consent agenda. I will say that our committee reports, I'm sorry. Supervised committee reports. Any? No? 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 Yes?
Jim, go ahead.
Supervisor Euler?
No.
Nope.
I'll defer.
Jim?
I was interrupted, sorry. On July 31st, I had the opportunity to attend the swearing-in ceremony of the new deputy sheriffs and support staff and the promotions of some of the deputies and the officers in the sheriff's department. Sheriff Bonner was very appreciative of David and I being there and asked me to pass along his thank you for the complete board for all the support that we have given for our public safety officers. So, thank you.
Great. Excellent. Excellent. I have nothing. Yes. Go ahead.
Our board knows I represent us on the Joint Powers Authority, the Workforce Investment Board. The Congress for 7 years has been working on reauthorization of the Workforce Investment Act, which had first been passed back in '93. Since there hasn't been a budget adopted by the federal government for a number of years, the act itself has just kind of languished. Just in July, a reauthorization was passed and called the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which will have an impact on how we operate our one-stop centers. As you know, the current model is various locations, one in Roseville, one in Auburn, over in El Dorado County, and then in South Lake Tahoe, where folks can go and receive various job training counseling services, resume services, actual job search assistance, those kinds of things. Right now, we don't know exactly what form these changes will take in terms of how we operate the facility, or in some cases even if we will be operating these facilities. So we'll have possibly job impacts on the employees who are running these. What I would suggest is, as this gets a little bit better understood, as the rules get worked out on implementation, we might want to, at a future board meeting, hear from Jason Buckingham, who's the executive director of Golden Sierra, have Jason come and kind of explain to us what those changes might be. Might be good for us to know. And then, if I may, just on a public service announcement, on July 27th, my year-long endeavor of trying to compete in this year's Tahoe Ironman came to an end when I decided to get off of my bike while it was still moving. It's a bad idea. I don't recommend it to anyone, especially when the bike's moving 30 miles an hour. Garmin is a wonderful thing, tells you exactly how fast you're going, and then it goes to zero and flatlines there for a while when you stop rolling. But the public service announcement, I'm one who grew up, as many of us did in the age before, seat belts and helmets and all those kinds of things. And getting into cycling, I decided, well, because of all those crazy drivers out there, I better wear a helmet. And while my shoulder will heal, and my ribs are healing, and my hip is healing, if I hadn't had this helmet on, I wouldn't be healing. The helmet broke in 7 different places. You can see the road rash on the helmet that would have been my skull. And it wasn't because of a crazy driver. It wasn't because of anything else. It was just me tooling along, having a grand old time until gravity took over when my front tire hit a hole. And it happened so fast. I have no recollection of actually hitting the hole. I remember kind of coming to a stop when I was done rolling, and that was it. So if any of you ride and aren't wearing a helmet, please do so. If any of you have kids that are riding, feel free to use me as the example. It's we all have this fantasy of, oh, I'll just, if something happens, I'll see it coming and I'll tuck and I'll roll. And I honestly was cruising along, literally singing a song, and the next thing I knew, I was on the pavement. So it happens too fast, and because of this, I'm here today. So if any of you know any cyclists, feel free to use me as an example, and I'll even email you a picture of the helmet that you can show them, and show them all the neat breaks. So the helmet did its job, and because of that, I have the pleasure of sitting here with my colleagues today.
It's our pleasure.
Right.
We're glad you're here.
Yes. Yes. All right, we will now move to our consent agenda. I do want to say that we are going to be pulling out item 25A. We need to convene as a successor agency for that one. So I will bring the consent agenda forward to my colleagues. Is there anything that they would like to pull out of the agenda? Anything that the public would like to pull out from the consent agenda? Okay.
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. This is a roll call vote.
Montgomery.
Yes.
Wygant. Holmes. Euler. Duran.
Yes, thank you very much. Now we'll convene as the Placer County Successor Agency for item 25A. Reorganized obligation payment schedule. Adopt a resolution approving submission of the recognized obligation payment schedule, ROP, for the period January 1st, 2015 through June 30th, 2015 for the Placer County Oversight Board for approval.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Montgomery.
Yes.
Wygant. Holmes. Euler. Duran.
Yes. And now we will return as the Placer County Board of Supervisors. We're going to go now to our first timed item, proclamation. And I believe this is a proclamation to Angela Perone. Can we have Angela Perone stand up here? Placer County Library literary specialist, and Linda Yaffe.
I'm Linda Yaffe.
Okay, great. Come on up.
Hi.
Great. I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation and to you. And this is August 26, 2014, in the matter of a proclamation recognizing September 2014 as Adult Literacy Awareness Month. Whereas the community's greatest resource is its people, whereas the growth and stability of our community is significantly affected by the ability of its citizens to read and write, whereas the Placer County Library's Placer Adult Literacy Services, PALS, has utilized the services of volunteers since 1985 to increase the literacy levels in the county by offering free and confidential literacy tutoring for adults, whereas PALS continues to train 50 volunteers a year to provide literacy instruction to adults and to help adult literacy learners read to their children, helping build a community of readers. Whereas, aided by the support of the Literacy Support Council, PALS has helped more than 2,500 Placer County citizens to learn to read and write since 1985. Whereas Little Free Libraries has been thoughtfully placed by the Literacy Support Council throughout the county to offer communities and neighborhoods a unique place to gather and share reading resources, including literacy information. Now therefore resolved that the Placer County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the citizens of Placer County, do hereby proclaim September 24th Adult Literacy Awareness Month. You do have the floor if you'd like to make some comments.
Just briefly. Most people are unaware that there's free reading help at the library. It's confidential, private, one-on-one. If you know someone who needs help, ask them to call the library.
Thank you very much.
We will now move to our 9:15 timed item, and this is a commendation, and this is a very special commendation for Nancy Nittler for over 23 years of dedicated service to the County of Placer. So can we have Nancy come up and stand before us while we get our last final shots at you? As usual, I am the youngest here on the Board of Supervisors in my time here, so I'm just going to read the commendation and let the rest of the board have their shots. But Nancy, you've been a wonderful asset to the community here in what you do. I've had many great conversations with you. I appreciate your leadership very much. So August 26, 2014, in the matter of a commendation honoring Nancy Nittler for over 23 years of dedicated service to Placer County, 15 of those years serving as the Director of Personnel. Whereas Nancy Nittler began employment with Placer County on July 28, 1991 as a personnel analyst. Nancy promoted over her career within Placer County to become the Personnel Director, providing thoughtful and insightful leadership over the past 15 years. Whereas Nancy has served the community throughout her volunteer work with Placer County Child Care Advisory Council, the Rotary Club of Auburn, the Auburn Community Cancer Endowment Fund, and the Auburn Mermaid Parents Club. Whereas Nancy has held positions of leadership in the local chapter of the International Personal Management Association and the County Personnel Administrators Association of California. Nancy has been recognized for her tangible and significant assistance in the furtherance of better understanding and friendly relations among peoples of the world by receiving a Rotary Foundation's Paul Harris Fellow Award. Whereas Nancy has served as an advisory board member to the Berkeley Center for Criminal Justice Bolt Law School project on increasing employment opportunities for people with prior convictions. And whereas Nancy has been credentialed as a county senior executive from the California State Association of Counties, Institute for Excellence in County Government. Whereas Nancy has demonstrated her relentless dedication to serving the employees and citizens of Placer County. Now, therefore, be it known that the Placer County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the citizens of Placer County, hereby take great pride in recognizing Nancy Nittler for over 23 years of dedicated service to the County of Placer, its employees, and constituents. Congratulations, Nancy.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Who would like to?
As the next youngest in tenure on the board, don't want to hurt any feelings there, broken wing or not. I feel very fortunate to have been able to spend some time with Nancy here at the county, though the background actually is I knew Nancy before I was a county supervisor. When I had my business on Donner Summit, Nancy was one of my clients. Nancy and Ken and their partners in a cabin up in Serene Lakes. And when I first met Nancy, I was delighted because she was funny, she was smart, she was outgoing. And then when I ran for county supervisor and actually got elected and came in and met with her, I was like, I know you. And so she and I have known each other for, I think, over 10 years now, because I've been in this position for almost 6.
Wow.
And just as she was when I knew her as a private individual, she was delightful and funny and charming and incredibly focused and great at her job, absolutely beloved by the people who work with her, which to me is just says so much about you as a human being and an individual. And while I'm really sad that you will no longer be our personnel director, I'm hoping that I get to see you a lot more on Donner Summit, you and Ken both, and get to spend some time socially and just hang out. So enjoy your retirement. Thank you so much for all your years of dedication to the county. Absolutely well recognized. You've done a phenomenal job. I personally will miss you.
Thank you.
Great.
Nancy, it's been a long run, a great run. So I want to, first of all, just thank you for all of your years of service. But you've been personnel director through some great economic times and the worst that the county could possibly imagine. But as a county, we predominantly provide services to our constituents, and without a good employee base, we are nothing. And you've done a great job. You've done a great job of attracting people to come here because of the great place that we live in Placer County, and done a lot of innovative things within your department, and I never hear any problems out there, which is a testament to your good management skills. But you, as my colleague just said, always with a positive attitude and a lot of enthusiasm, so you'll be greatly missed, but I enjoyed all the years we worked together, so thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
You too. Thank you.
I wonder how many people know that you don't actually report to the Board of Supervisors. That your position is the one position that actually reports to a different board, the Civil Service Commission. And yet, over the years, there you have sat in closed session with us as we go through, as Robert alluded to, some difficult times and some difficult choices and some tempers that might have gotten elevated once or twice, mine in particular. And you resisted successfully the temptation to tell me to just buzz off. Because you know what? When it came right down to it, you didn't have to listen to what we said, but you always were so professional throughout those things, even when some of us might, well, me, might not have been. And while I didn't necessarily like everything you had to say, I never doubted that you came to us with the best information you could put together to help us make a decision. And so I do appreciate that role that you did have to play sometimes, even though at the moment it might not have sounded like I appreciate it. But thank you for everything, and most importantly, not, reminding me of my place when you did have the opportunity from time to time.
Thank you, Kirk.
Nancy, you didn't know that I always carried some Alka-Seltzer for
No, that was for you when I spoke.
Anyhow, we've been friends for a long, long time. Worked with Ken on the school board, and you've been a great asset to Placer County. The staff is evident, and your board, your commissioners are here to support you in your retirement. And I know that I will be seeing you out on the trail doing community projects and everything. So I look forward to seeing you and Ken in a social atmosphere, and just wish you a lifetime of happiness in your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Good. Great. Are there any of the department heads here that would like to provide a comment or two? Oh, okay.
I'm Don Nelson, the current chair of the Civil Service Commission. As a little alluded to in some of the undertones here, there is a little separation at times that goes on. However, Nancy's greatest ability was always been able to bridge the gap between the CEO's office, the board, the commission, and the personnel department. Always with a smile. I've yet to see her without that. No. But she is, I met her originally. I came to work one day for the county after 9/11 and worked for a couple of months, and it ended up 5 years. And Nancy was always there to assist me as a retired annuitant, and we had different dialogues also. But she's just an awesome person, and we're really going to miss her on the commission. She was always there for us, and I think she'll still be there for us at least until the end of the year on some issues. Nancy, thank you for your career.
Thank you. I'm speechless, but I do want to thank you for one last opportunity to address your board and my commission who's here today. Thank you very much for coming, and my staff, and my husband. Appreciate you, dear. This is really hard to do, in part because I have been so blessed to work with this board, this commission, this CEO, and prior CEOs on, thankfully, was seen as a bridge, a conduit between all of us. This county doesn't get to be as great as it is without all the people in this room working together. And it's that fabric that I was so fortunate to be a part of that made me happy to come to work almost every day and have the patience to not respond inappropriately as it might have been. But frankly, I appreciated your insight and your candor, and I learned from each one of you and each of the people that I've had the joy to work with. First, though, I want to say that I grew up in a family of service, both my parents being a part of the CHP at some point or another in their lives. And my husband
with which I couldn't have been here today, raising 2 kids, and he was a big part of our family and supported me every day in what I needed to do and sometimes in those evenings when I needed to do more. And I think he's as much a part of this county as I am, from both his community work, but also the fact that we moved up here and this became our home where we raised our children, and I don't see us leaving. So this might be the last time I address you as an employee, but I expect that I may be back with some other community sorts of things, as has been alluded to. I thank my commission for years of support. You are the best to work for and work with, and without that support, my staff here today and I couldn't do what we do. And I feel very good leaving a very strong staff, particularly in the interim hands of Lori Walsh, who's been a fabulous assistant director for the last 15 years. And I look forward to what she will bring in those next years. So I thank you all for that. And if there are just a few lessons that I learned, and I will stop talking soon, it's this: stay open to opportunity. I was a young mom 24 years ago who really didn't want to go to jury duty because, I was trying to integrate back into my professional job with a new baby. But I went anyway because it was my civic duty, and I met Michael Paddock from the CEO's office and haven't looked back since. This has been a great suggestion that he apply here, and obviously I've loved it because I never left. I also realized that we all often in public service have a goal of giving more than you receive back, and I've learned that that's actually an impossible task when you're doing what you love doing for what you believe in, and Placer County is one of those places that I believe in. And I've also realized that each one of us contributes to something more than any one of those individuals. And when I hear great things about the county out there, it makes me proud to have been an ambassador for the last 23 years. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you and the commission, my family, my staff, all the colleagues, for all your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nan. Excellent. We will now move forward to our 9:20 timed item. I'll give a few minutes for folks to trickle out, but we're going to accept a annual report of the Older Adult Advisory Commission, Eldon Luce. Give us a minute or two.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, CEO, and council. The Board of Supervisors established the Older Adult Advisory Commission in 2004 to provide a voice for older adults in county government and to advise the Board of Supervisors and the Department of Health and Human Services on matters relating to the creation and delivery of services promoting well-being and quality of life for older adults. The Commission's responsibility include presenting the board an annual report each year, and I would just mention that 2013-14 marks the 10th anniversary of the Older Adult Advisory Commission in Placer County. With that, I'll turn it over to Eldon Luce, who is a current chairperson of the Older Adult Advisory Commission.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Members of the board, it's an honor to be here. I'll say that on behalf of the commission, and to be here for the 10th annual report. I remember when we reorganized and started this commission many years ago. I have to say, too, it's an honor to be sitting here beside my former supervisor and current friend who I worked for 10 years as an employee here in Placer County. So that's an honor as well. As you'll see in our report, during the 2013-14 year, the Commission participated in a number of activities and made significant progress toward the goals that were stated in our last annual report, including the establishment of a housing committee that is now looking at the housing needs of our older adults in our community, what is available, what options are available, and what may be needed. We've continued our activities related to expanding the visibility of the Commission throughout our community, and we've continued our efforts in communicating effectively with both your board and with Health and Human Services. That was all last year. This year, we now look to a future with a continuing unprecedented growth in our older adult population that I know you're aware of, that you've heard about. Projections show that over the next few years, our population of those over 60 years old will triple, including a tripling of older adults with disabilities from the 90,000 or so that we currently have within the county. Those over 85 years old will increase by 5-fold, and those over 100 will increase by 15-fold over the next few years. Dramatic increases that we've all knew were coming. We've heard of the baby boomers. We know we're all living longer. But I don't know if we've really had the time to really look at the impact that this will have on our communities. So our commission over the next year, this year of 2014-15, will be working within and in response to the dramatic demographic changes that will be taking place and are currently taking place within our community. Some of the activities that we will be involved in will be exploring and researching, evaluating the needs of older adults, residents for housing resources as well as other supports and services. We'll continue speaking with the municipal advisory councils, as many of you have already been in some of my presentations to the councils, and into other groups to inform them about our commission, that it's there. It was mentioned that the commission is to provide a voice. One of the things that we're finding is we have to let older adults know they have a voice and how to get that voice into the community and to influence their communities, which seems to be a challenge in many cases. We're going to be exploring the impacts of the increases in our population on our services provided both publicly, privately, and through the nonprofits that we have in our community. And we'll be looking at how can we better coordinate all of those services. The public services we have, the private services we have, and the nonprofit services, many of who don't even know the others exist. And what is a senior to do? Where are they to go when they or their family are in need? We'll be looking at how do we better do that? How do we better coordinate that for this growing population? And then we'll continue our efforts at bringing issues to you and through Health and Human Services that come to the awareness of the Commission. And we would ask you as our board and Health and Human Services, considering this population, its increase and the percentage of it that will be in our community, that whatever might impact them, and it's almost hard to imagine anything that won't anymore, that you bring it to your commission. That's why we're here. We're here to review and advise you. We understand not all of our advice may be taken, but we would ask that you use us as we've been established to be used. And we will do our part, too, to further that relationship with you and with Health and Human Services. I don't know if any of our commissioners made it today. I know that they were going to try to, but on their behalf, I want to thank you again. Especially I want to thank, back there? Oh, Supervisor Holmes for his liaison activities and his support of us and his staff's support of us, and Health and Human Services and Aging and Adult Services support for the Commission through staffing us. So thank you all very much. It's an honor again. 10 years. Went by pretty fast. So thank you.
Great. Supervisor Montgomery.
Eldon,
Yes.
Maureen, thank you both for coming out today and giving us your annual report. Eldon, you raised a point about, how do seniors know what services are available to them and how do they connect to them and tie into them? I believe that in September we're going to be hearing an item coming forward, the 211 proposal, which is a simple phone service that would allow individuals, whether they're seniors or not, to pick up the phone, dial 211, and be connected to someone who actually can connect them with all of those services. So I'm not sure if I sprung the secret ahead of time, but I understand that 211 is going to be coming forward to our board, and I'm thinking it's September. Supervisor Holmes, I think you've been focusing
we
on
had a
that.
meeting yesterday. We're probably looking at November.
November,
and
okay.
Maybe a decision point in December, but we made some great headway yesterday on our meeting, and we've been moving forward with it.
Excellent.
Yeah, so.
Did you want to touch just briefly on how 211 could help seniors potentially?
Yeah, all they have to do is dial 211 and the answer. Tell them what you need, and they're.
That's very true, and the commission has supported 211 now for a couple of years. We've been talking about it. Certainly, with our neighbor Nevada County having 211, and my experience there with how it's operated, it'll be a big help. So we do appreciate that. And any other issues that may come up. It's interesting talking to your Macs and how. They look at projects of transportation and infrastructure and a number of other things, but it hasn't come to their mind how these decisions may impact older adults. The accessibility, the transportation, all of the other kind of issues really hasn't come to the fore yet. And I think with all of us that's been true. It certainly has with me. And I just think as our population changes, so do our perceptions of it, our priorities, and other things that we need to look at. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and consider this report accepted.
Thank you.
Yes.
We appreciate it.
Eldon, I just want to say, as the older adult, although sometimes I don't act like it, on the board here, you mentioned all the different groups that provide services for the seniors and how do they interconnected. You, sir, are the one that gets them interconnected, because I know you're on the Older Adult Advisory Commission, you're on the Area 4 Agency on Aging Advisory Commission, you're on peers, you're also on Seniors First, and you are a great asset to me to keep me aware of what I need to be doing to help seniors move forward.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you very much. Sometimes it's hard to retire. You know? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. And we will now take up our Maureen, our 9:25 a.m. item, Assisted Outpatient Treatment Program, also known as Laura's Law.
Members on the board, thank you. Good morning, Chair Duran, members of the board, Jeff Brown, your Health and Human Services Director. I'm here today with Dr. Rob Oldham on my left, our health officer, and to my right, Maureen Baumann, our director of our children's system of care. Our adult system of care. She's getting promoted. She'll have both very soon. So this morning, it's a pleasure to bring forward a recommendation that your board adopt a resolution authorizing the implementation of assisted outpatient treatment, also known as Laura's Law, and declare that no voluntary services will be reduced as a result of this implementation. As a bit of background, let's see. Assisted outpatient treatment, or AOT, is court-ordered outpatient treatment. It's an effective tool for engaging mentally ill individuals into treatment, especially those who are unable to recognize their illness. AOT became an option for counties to implement in 2003 with the passage of Assembly Bill 1421, also known as Laura's Law. This law was passed in response to a tragedy that occurred in Nevada County in 2001 with the shooting and killing of 3 individuals, including Laura Wilcox, a student intern. And this occurred by a seriously mentally ill individual who had stopped treatment. AOT is an evidence-based practice. It's deployed throughout our nation in 45 states. Laura's Law is specifically modeled after similar legislation known as Kendra's Law in New York. If your board authorizes implementation of Laura's Law today, then Placer County will become the 6th California county to move forward, following the lead of Nevada, Yolo, Orange, San Francisco, and Los Angeles.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak just a little bit about Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak just a minute about really the clinical justification and the need for Laura's Law. So the research tells us that about half of all people with serious mental illnesses, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, actually don't get any type of treatment, and then even more don't get effective treatment. And there are lots of reasons for this, and we try to increase the accessibility of mental health treatment services. We try to do lots of outreach and engagement, reduce the stigma of mental illnesses, to get people to admit that they have a mental illness and to engage in treatment. However, one of the big obstacles that we really don't have sometimes the best ways of addressing is that people with these serious mental illnesses, it's a brain-based illness, and just like other brain-based illnesses like Parkinson's disease and stroke, they actually sometimes are not able to perceive the fact that they have an illness and don't then really see any need to engage in treatment. So the results are huge amounts of disability that's needless. We have, and also loss of life and suffering, both for the patient and for their family members. We have increasing research that shows that recovery from mental illnesses is not just possible, but it should be expected if we provide effective treatment, especially early effective treatment.
So the Assisted Outpatient Treatment Program identifies specific criteria that must be met for someone to be eligible for this program. Now, we will always attempt to engage somebody in voluntary services prior to considering the AOT treatment program or court intervention. That's basically built into the law. But just to identify the things that make somebody eligible for this program, a person must be 18 years or older, and they must be suffering from a serious mental illness. They have to be unlikely to survive safely in the community, and they lack participation in mental health treatment despite ongoing efforts at engaging them. The person's condition at the time must be substantially deteriorating, and AOT would need to be identified as the least restrictive option for them. A lack of compliance for treatment really must be documented with two ways. First, they must have 2 or more psychiatric hospitalizations or incarcerations within 36 months, or they must have had violence or attempted violence towards themselves or others within the last 48 months. Now, the law does identify specific people that can make referrals to this program. It's a pretty large list, but it does have some limitations. So I just think it's important for folks to know who is eligible to make referrals. Certainly the immediate family members who are 18 years of age or older, adults who are residing with the person of concern, the director of a treating organization, facility, or hospital, a treating licensed mental health professional, and then our criminal justice partners, peace officers, parole agents, or probation officers. Now, a little bit about the process and how it will work. We're going to just overview this pretty briefly. If the person meets the criteria for the AOD program, and there's been an effort to engage the person in voluntary treatment, some extensive engagement without success, then it has to be determined there is no appropriate or feasible less restrictive alternative. The county then files a petition with the court. The court then orders the person to meet with the AOT team, and the person doesn't need to actually be in court to accept that order. I want to point out that there really is no civil or criminal penalty for violations of an AOT order or for compliance with the AOT treatment plan. The goal of this program truly remains to engage a person in treatment. So they can't be remanded to jail as a consequence of not participating. They can, however, if they really are deteriorating and it can be reasonably determined that they will deteriorate further without intervention, be taken to a hospital for further assessment under our laws of keeping somebody 72 hours for an assessment. So this particular option is similar to that occurs in the 5150 process, but under certain circumstances, if they're in the AOD program, they can actually be taken to the hospital with a judge's order rather than meeting the actual criteria for 5150. After that assessment occurs, up to the 72 hours, all the rest of the current laws that take care of patients' rights and our treatment requirements occur after that. So the rest of them are the same. Now, the treatment in the AOT program is the same as the treatment we currently provide in Placer County and other counties through the Mental Health Services Act, our intensive out client treatment program, sometimes referred to as full service partners. So really a wraparound program for people. These programs provide a multidisciplinary team approach with a very low 1 to 10 staff to client ratio. This allows for a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week response to people in the community that need assistance. We coordinate their mental health services, their physical health services, and they get assistance with medication, not forced medication, but sometimes bringing it to their house or putting it together, reminders. Assistance with physical health, so we can coordinate all the care that they need, as well as substance abuse, which is many, many times part of the issue they need to address. In addition, there's assistance for other necessary social support, such as housing, meal planning, and the steps necessary for voluntary or paid employment. A treatment plan is developed as part of this process, and it's actually approved by the court for each individual, and that treatment plan is tailor-made to meet the specific needs and to coordinate with the special social and emotional supports that are in place. Now, some people don't have social and emotional support, so then that treatment plan would include developing those things so that people really can be safe in the community and more independent. As mentioned earlier, forced medication is not a part of this program, and just so people know, that can be done only in a psychiatric hospital with a judge's order at that point. It's called a Reese hearing. So those laws stay the same, and we can do it under those circumstances. The assisted outpatient treatment program really strives and is designed to engage people in voluntary services. Even with the court order, the engagement process continues to work with the power of the bench, which is encouraging and ordering the person to get into treatment. And we work with somebody to accept a small amount of treatment, and then as trust develops, we see over time with the experience of other counties that they start to engage in treatment and accept more treatment and get into recovery. These treatment services can be paid for by the Mental Health Services Act, and that Mental Health Services Act plan in Placer County that has been drafted and just was at public comment last night has that included in the current plan. We'll be bringing that to your board on September 23rd for your consideration. This last slide really, it's, I think, important for people to understand what currently exists in the county already and what will be changed with Laura's Law. So lots and lots of the programs that we have put in place are already in place. I would just point out that we have outreach to over 500 people in the last 12 months and engaged 54% in voluntary treatment. I would also like to point out that the great outcomes, the AOT treatment is being seen in Nevada County. We get those same great outcomes from our voluntary full-service partnership intensive outpatient treatment programs currently in place. But as you see, the services that are in place include out-client mental health, medication support, crisis response, the full-service partnership, which is that intensive out-client program, substance abuse treatment, housing supports. The things that are different is that we currently can transport people only if they meet criteria for the 5150. This law will allow us to have a judge's order to transport people that haven't quite met that criteria. And then outreach and engagement. We currently use workers, and we're in the field, and we're working on engaging people. And this gives us both the order of treatment as well as the power of the bench as a different tool to engage people in our programs.
And Maureen mentioned outcomes. So before even moving to California, I was familiar with AOT and the outcomes that have been published in the medical literature really throughout the country. Jeff mentioned AOT or some form of AOTs in 45 different states. However, sometimes when you read the research, you don't know, is this going to apply kind of in my neck of the woods? We have really the luxury here in Placer County of having Nevada County having tried AOT and had really fabulous results with it over the last several years. So up on the screen, you can see some of the results in Nevada County. And really the methodology here was that they tracked clients who were in the AOT program, really compared them against themselves. So this is pre-AOT and then after AOT, what the results were. So you see dramatic reduction in hospital psychiatric days, inpatient psychiatric, plus also a reduction in jail days, homelessness, and emergency interventions. In addition, you see increased employment rates, increased rates of client satisfaction, actually staff satisfaction went up in Nevada County, and increase in recovery indicators. And in addition, besides being the right thing for the individuals involved, it also saved the county significant amounts of money. So they estimate about $1.81 saved for every dollar spent on AOT.
So, as we said, the treatment is available to be used as part of the Mental Health Services Act. That's 100% state funding that we will dedicate towards the additional treatment slots. Turning Point is the current treatment program for our MHSA program. So we'll be, and Turning Point, Turning Point will be expanded to include additional slots specifically for AOT. 20 slots is what we're starting with. We expect 14 of those to be voluntary and 7 of those to be court-ordered. In the next several months, we're going to take some time to work with, develop the operational procedures with Turning Point, with the courts, public defender, county council, so that we really work through the way we're going to implement it in Placer County. And we'll also be developing some outreach and training material for the public and for the other providers. We really want to make sure that people understand both what this law will do and what the limitations are. And we expect to begin implementation in January of 2015.
So on this slide, you can see a list of supporters of Laura's Law listed both locally, statewide, and nationally. Local proponents include our Mental Health, Drug, and Alcohol Advisory Board, our local NAMI chapter, and the regional Placer Nevada Medical Society. In addition, both our District Attorney Scott Owens and Sheriff Bonner support this program. And in summary, we note that assisted outpatient treatment would provide our county with one more tool to better serve our seriously mentally ill population. While we acknowledge that there are critics of Laura's Law who are afraid that involuntary treatment will reduce some individual civil rights, Laura's Law actually provides a less restrictive option than what we currently utilize, including conservatorships, locked inpatient psychiatric care, and ultimately incarceration for many of our patients. Assisted outpatient treatment will not solve all the issues related to mental health in our community, but it will serve a small, important group of individuals, helping them to access care that they need, helping them to improve their functioning, well-being, and ability to live satisfying and productive lives in our community. So at this point, we would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. I'd like to also acknowledge Michael Hegarty, Nevada County's Health Director, is here today. Michael has been one of the pioneers in implementing Laura's Law in California, having 6 years' experience with Nevada County's program, and he's also available to answer any questions you may have regarding Nevada County's implementation.
But before we go into the board comments, I did want to point out that while you had a list of folks that in different groups that in general supported Laura's Law, that you have done your diligence with our county apparatus, cities and counties, and you also have the support of the bench in its implementation, which is going to be a necessary part of implementing Laura's Law. So that being said, I'll take comments. Supervisor Montgomery.
I'm almost at a loss for words, because 5.5 years ago when I first got sworn in, this was one of the very first issues that was brought to my attention by members of the public who said, hey, why aren't we doing this? Placer County offers this great spectrum of care, this continuum of care that's just amazing. Here's an extra tool. How do we move this forward? And I am just, I think people saw in my piece in the Auburn Journal, I have a family member who at times in the past would have benefited from this exact sort of program. Mercifully, for the past decade or so, she has been stable and has been on her meds, but there are times in the past when this really could have helped her and us and our community. So I just want to thank you, Maureen, Jeff, Dr. Oldham, for bringing this forward. I'm a little bit emotional about it because it is just something that is going to make this a better place to live, Placer County. So thank you. That's really all I have to say, or I'll start crying.
Robert, did you have a comment that you want to make? Okay. Supervisor Holmes.
I, too, am appreciative of all the work Maureen and Jeff did, and Dr. Oldham. This has been a long time coming. I know we've been looking at it since you were elected. I think the sticking point was we were unsure where the bench was on this item, and I appreciate your meeting with them, and this very supportive letter from the presiding judge, Alan Panishi, really sold the project or the proposal to me. I was at the Mental Health, Alcohol, and Drug Advisory Board meeting last night, and they were very, very appreciative that we are finally bringing this forward. So thank you for all your hard work in doing this. And Supervisor Montgomery, I want to thank you for taking the lead. That workshop that we did in Nevada County was very, very worthwhile. So thank you.
Yeah, I also want to commend our Health and Human Services Department for having the vision and foresight to implement this. I'm somewhat familiar with these types of issues during my time representing the Department of Corrections, and there was a lot of controversy over the use of and treatment of folks that were incarcerated. So it only makes sense to folks that are not, that we have the tools to address those issues. So I appreciate the fact that you maintained a collegial attitude about this and reached out to the bench, defense counsel, and all of our different systems to really educate them on this very important law. So thank you very much. Any comments from the public?
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Susie DeFawcett. I'm the Executive Director of the Gathering Inn, who provides homeless services here in Placer County. I'm here in support of Laura's Law. I think we've got a big problem happening out there in the public. In the last 7 years, I have housed and fed over 1,500 self-identified mentally ill people. Now, though we're not quite talking about the people who are self-identified, there was a young gentleman who came to us after his 5150 in Kaiser. He showed up on our campus dressed in a pair of khakis and a blue Oxford cloth shirt, being very respectful, and we knew that he had been a 5150 at Kaiser, so we took him up to engage him with services in the county. He said he didn't want services at that time, and he walked away from that. He did not come back to the shelter. So there were 3 different times we had intervention on him, and I think you know this gentleman is Mr. Bechet. 2 weeks later, he put the ball on fire. That was a $65 million issue that we had. This gentleman was mentally ill. He did not want to address his mental illness because he wanted to be in the Army and he didn't want any medications on his record. Had we had Laura's Law at that time, I am guaranteed we would not have had a mall fire. Thank God nobody was hurt. So with Laura's Law, and I will repeat what Jeff Brown said, it is a tool that we have that will be able to get people into services and get them stabilized faster. We have people walking the streets right now who are so mentally ill they do not want any type of services whatsoever, and they will become part of the criminal justice system. We need more tools in our arsenal that will allow us to be able to treat these people who unfortunately don't have the mental capacity at this point to take care of themselves. Thank you.
Great. That being said, we have some more comments, please.
Yes, please. Hello, I'm Susan Farrington. I'm the director of the Sierra Foothills AIDS Foundation, and I'm also the president of the Homeless Resources Council of the Sierras. I'd like to speak in favor of the approval of Laura's Law here in Placer County. I've seen what a wonderful asset it's been to our clients in Nevada County. I can tell you as the director of the Foothills Foundation that about 60% of our clients here living with HIV and AIDS do have mental illness. And when those people fall out of care with their mental illness, they also fall out of care with their HIV, which causes disease progression and increases the risk of infection in increasing the number of people living with HIV in our community. That's only one of the reasons I'm here. Obviously, with the homeless population and those that are marginally housed, their mental health is often a very strong component in their sustainability in society, in housing, and in community service in general. So I would certainly encourage you to pass this legislation or to implement it here in Placer County. It's been a wonderful asset to our entire region, and I think that it's going to be a real cost-effective way that we can show humane, compassionate treatment to some of our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gary Mappa, Applegate, California. I promised my wife I wouldn't talk today, but she's not here. I'm the moderator for Auburn Area Homeless Forum. Our group kind of came together in November of last year, and throughout December to now we've tracked closely Laura's Law. I think it's a very beneficial tool and a necessary item, and I applaud staff for bringing it to where it is right now. I have a personal tie with an occasion where we could have used Laura's Law. I had a young gal call me up a couple months ago Her father was bouncing off the walls. He was parking lot, demons, and no one could do anything. We did welfare checks, and if you didn't catch him at the right moment, you couldn't do anything to help him. And the only way we could get him into where he could get help was to catch him in the act, and we could get Auburn PD there at the time to actually witness it. Had Laura's Law been in effect, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but she probably could have sought help, and based on her testimony, could have had help given to that person, and that was her father. So I applaud the board, and I hope you'll support what staff's put together for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Duran, other members of the board. My name is Michael Hegarty. I'm the health director in Nevada County. I live in Nevada City. And I have been responsible since 2008 for overseeing the Laura's Law program in Nevada County. During that period of time, we've treated about 80 individuals, maybe 81 as of today. And what I want to add to what has already been said is that those 80 individuals, without Laura's Law, there would have been no way for us to engage them into treatment. We had already tried many, many times to engage them voluntarily in treatment. Mostly what we had to do is wait until something really bad happened. Wait until they were arrested, wait until they tried to hurt themselves, wait until they tried to hurt someone else, and then attempt to get them into a hospital, and then try to engage them in outpatient treatment afterwards. Mostly they refused. So without Laura's Law, there's really no way to reach a certain subset of people that have schizophrenia, they have bipolar disorder, and they're suffering. They're not happy. Most of the patients, about I'd say 98% of the 80 individuals we've treated, all agree to take medication voluntarily. So it's a process. Even though you can't force them to take medication, the judge can negotiate with the person and get them to at least talk to a psychiatrist, offer some medications, try to get the patient to maybe try one out, try two out, try which one fits best for them. All of our patients end up on medication. You saw the outcomes that we've achieved. Patients are staying out of jail, they're staying out of the hospital, they're not homeless anymore, they're staying out of emergency rooms. And one outcome measure that I wanted to highlight is they're very, very happy with the treatment they're receiving. Their satisfaction with treatment is about 72%. Compared to the people that aren't our Laura's Law patients who are voluntary, is actually lower than that. So people with serious mental illnesses would want to be in treatment. Their illness prevents them, for some patients, as Dr. Oldham said, their illness prevents them from recognizing and knowing that they're ill and engaging in treatment without the court order. So I urge your support of this resolution, and appreciate you giving me the moment to talk.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Duran, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to briefly speak today. My name is Dr. Troy Falk, F-A-L-C-K. I'm a longtime resident of Placer County. I'm an emergency physician and practice clinically in Roseville. I also serve as the medical director of the Sierra Sacramento Valley Emergency Medical Services Agency, which oversees pre-hospital care in Placer County as well as 8 other nearby counties. And I serve as president-elect of the Placer Nevada County Medical Society. I'm here today representing both the EMS agency and the Medical Society. And I speak in strong support of implementing Laura's Law in Placer County. As you know, treating patients with mental illness has many challenges. As a group, they utilize a significant amount of pre-hospital, emergency department, and hospital resources. And for some, these resources are a revolving door, and patients frequently don't get the treatment they actually clinically require, despite those frequent visits. And I see this on a regular basis as an emergency physician. We can do better. Laura's Law is a valuable tool that can help patients receive their needed treatment, reduce unnecessary EMS, ED, and hospital utilization, and also help keep them out of the criminal justice system. Laura's Law is compassionate, it's cost-effective, and it will assist those with mental illness to be able to receive the necessary treatment to be able to restore them and again become productive members of society. And I urge you to implement Laura's Law in Placer County. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Hi, my name is Sharon Neal. I'm an advocate with NAMI, Placer County. NAMI stands for National Alliance for Mentally Ill. We wrote over 10 years ago that we supported an involuntary action on behalf of the parents and NAMI, which is an educational support group that has been in this county for over 30 years. It also was the group that started with the county's help our housing program, which is now called Ames Housing because we've split it up. Please, please, I believe this would have saved my son's life, had this been available, because he was seen 3 times in 12 days under a 5150 and never hospitalized. Thank you. And I would like to leave with your secretary brochures about NAMI and who we are and what we do in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neal.
Oh, one other thing. I do have to say that Dr. Frank has been marvelous on keeping you guys informed. National blog that he's got going and so forth, which is all over the United States. Please keep us informed on what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this? Okay. That being said, I'll bring this back to the board.
I take great pleasure in moving that we adopt the resolution authorizing the implementation of assisted outpatient treatment in Placer County, also known as Laura's Law, and we declare that no voluntary services will be reduced as a result of this implementation.
And I strong.
All right.
I was going to strongly second.
We have a second.
Multiple seconds.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any objection? No abstention? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We're now going to move to our 10 a.m. timed item. This is a final action on the variance heard up in the Tahoe Board on July 22nd, 2014.
Just for your board's background, a thorough review of the record of the board's hearing on July 22nd indicated that there may have been some confusion over the impact that the motion had specifically on the post for the upper deck and the lower horizontal girder for the upper deck. And for that reason, staff has provided an alternative finding. It's number 6 in the staff report that specifically addresses that issue that was an issue of confusion at the prior public hearing. The public hearing was closed on the 26th by the board, but if the board intends to consider adoption of the alternative number 6, our office would recommend that the public hearing be reopened for the limited purposes of allowing the two parties to address that specific alternative.
And council, just to clarify, we'll only take that second piece up if there is an appetite for that.
Yes, if the board is going to consider alternative 6.
All right. That being said, Mr. Johnson, you've got the floor.
Thank you. Michael Johnson with the Community Development Resource Agency. The item before you today is the Lundberg Variants, which was considered by your board at the July 22nd meeting. At that meeting, you considered 2 separate appeals. At issue was whether or not an existing nonconforming deck could remain within the existing side yard setback for an existing residence located up in the Kingswood West subdivision up in the Tahoe Vista planning area. After receiving staff's report and input from the public, the board took action to adopt a tentative motion to allow the existing upper deck to extend 3 feet into the 5-foot side yard area as authorized by the 1978 county code. The motion also required that the lower deck, which was considered to be new construction, that deck comply with the 5-foot setback as is in the current county code. The board directed staff to prepare formal findings and bring them back for your consideration, and that is the purpose of today's hearing. As presented in your board packet, there's a series of statutory and county zoning provisions that are relevant to the action the board is about to take. Those include the zoning code that was in effect back in 1978, the 1996 North Tahoe General Plan, the current zoning code with regard to variances, and the current zoning code regarding non-conforming uses. As set forth in the testimony and the evidence in the record at your July 22nd hearing, the lower deck that was proposed in 2008 was considered to be new construction. The board found no bases to support the variance for the second deck, and the action you proposed would require the lower deck be set back at a 5-foot setback distance. Regarding the upper deck, the board considered and deliberated on the various code sections that were in effect back in 1978. The deck would have been considered an unenclosed porch, which staff interpreted to include decks back in 1978, and those were allowed by right to extend 3 feet into the required 5-foot setback. The board discussed at length how the application of the 1978 code related to the current action, and how the support post, and that's probably the biggest issue, is the support post right here that extends beyond the 3-foot setback limit, how that could or would be supported. Based upon extensive discussion from the board took tentative action to require that the existing deck comply with the standards that were in place back in 1978, and that's the motion that has been prepared for your consideration. Based upon the direction set forth at the July 22nd board meeting, staff recommends that the board deny the appeal filed by Vanita Varma, that the board deny the appeal filed by Alan and Alvina Lundberg, that the board deny the variance to the 5-foot side yard setback for the upper deck based upon the findings that are included in the staff report, deny the variance for the lower deck and require the lower deck as new construction to meet the current 5-foot setback based on the findings included in the staff report, and lastly, that the board allow the existing deck to extend a maximum of 3 feet into the 5-foot side yard setback as authorized by the 1978 zoning code. As described by Mr. Carden as an alternative motion and based upon testimony at the July 22nd hearing, there is another alternative, item number 6 in your packet, that would allow the existing upper deck in its current configuration, and that would mean including the support post in this location, to remain pursuant to section 17.60.120 non-conforming uses of the current zoning code. Staff is available to respond to any questions the board may have.
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Euler.
Michael, first of all, number 6 is alternative to what? In the recommendation, there are 5 different points. Is it alternative to all 5 of those points or simply alternative to point number 5?
It would be an alternative to point number 5.
Okay. So you would ask then, if number 6 were to be considered, you'd ask for the 1 through 4, the denying of the various variance requests to be included in the motion as well?
That is correct.
Okay. And the rather extensive, though somewhat convoluted conversation we had up at Tahoe, the as-built condition of the deck and the support structure for the upper deck, so the completed lower deck and the support structure for the upper deck as built and standing today is completely on the Lundberg's property, so we no longer have that issue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. No overhang of the neighbor's property?
Correct.
Okay. So it's completely on their property?
Yes.
So the decision or the recommended motion, as it was made in Tahoe, however, would require the removal of the existing, I'm going to guess, what is that, southeastern post of the deck? Would require the removal of that, which is support structure for the upper deck, and would require that lateral beam that is used for the lower deck, but also for bracing of that vertical support for the upper deck, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so alternative number 6 would allow for that lateral support, the vertical support to remain, but also requires the removal of the actual decking material on the lower deck itself to be pulled back to where I believe it is right now. I mean, the existing as-built is right now is back outside of the setback.
That is correct.
So all we're talking about is the lateral support and the vertical support would remain within the setback under alternative 6.
That is correct.
Okay. Clearly my interest that we hear consideration of alternative 6.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you. I wanted just very briefly to read what is in the minutes from that meeting, because I think it was pretty clear, and I think our clerk of the board captured perfectly what I said. The tentative motion on that day, which read Montgomery Wygant, vote 3-2, Holmes, Euler, no, to allow the existing upper deck to extend 3 feet into the 5-foot setback as authorized by the code in 1978, require the lower deck as new construction to meet the current 5-foot setback, and allow the post and girder that supports the upper deck, so not the lower deck, the upper deck, to remain to the extent that it meets the original 1978 code. So, to clarify, the entire lower deck, my motion back in July was that the entire lower deck and all appurtenances thereto needed to be on that 5-foot setback. The upper deck and all appurtenances thereto needed to meet that 1978 code under which it was constructed, and that then brings both structures, both decks, into compliance with our county code. Is that not the case?
Correct, and that is set forth in item number 5 on your agenda packet.
Okay, so I just really want to clarify that my motion is just to bring both decks into compliance with county code. The code that existed in 1978 that would allow them to rebuild an existing structure, and the code that exists today to allow them to construct a new deck, the lower deck, in the 5-foot setback. I would like to hear from our county council on the letter that we received dated August 25th from Porter Simon as to whether or not this is a legal non-conforming use versus an illegal non-conforming use.
Yeah, specifically as to 5, it falls within the county's authorization for legal non-conforming buildings. That's as noted in the finding.
And what about as to 6?
6 would fall within the finding. There's a lot of argument from Mr. Porter on whether 6 is supported by law, but strictly on the words of the finding, 6 would fall within the terms of our ordinance.
Even though it was not a legal use at the time it was installed in 1978.
Well, I obviously can't take that assumption on to answer the question.
Okay. And I think it's...
And to interject,
yeah.
I think that's a $64,000 question here.
Yeah.
Is whether or not a structure that was never in compliance to begin with can ever be deemed to be within the statute. And
and I would just,
irrespective of the wishes of of that option. I mean, it sounds great, but if it has no basis in law, I can't support that.
Yeah. Well, I would say that I would not support 6 as an alternative, but would stick with 1 through 5 in this process.
and I would just add that the complicating factor in what you're calling a legal allowed use is the fact that no survey had been done since the original subdivision map, so that everybody who was looking at the original construction at the time believed that it was within the setbacks and the requirements of the zoning ordinance. The fact was the property line was in the wrong place, but everybody believed it was in a different place, and that's how it was set up, and that would be the argument for it being a legal non-conforming building.
Correct.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, any further?
Yeah, one additional question. Michael, if the board were to stick with item number 5, what is the net effect, the real-world effect on the structure as built today? What would have to happen to that structure in order to bring it into compliance?
If it was the board's desire to move forward with item number 5 that's in your board packet, this support column, as well as any support structures associated with it, would need to be moved outside of this dashed line. And so they would need to reconstruct that corner of the structure so that all of the structure was within that 3-foot setback limit as identified in the 1978 code.
And right now, I was out there on site, I saw the post. I don't recall the size of the post, but right now, that post protrudes beyond the 3-foot line by how far? Approximately.
I'm sorry.
That the post protrudes beyond that 3-foot line that you've identified by how far?
Approximately 6 to 8 inches, approximately. We have not had it formally surveyed, but somewhere in that range.
And previously, we heard testimony that having to remove and relocate that post in the lower support structure is approximately a $30,000 fix, and being out there on site, having seen the engineering associated with that, I don't doubt that for a minute. And so what we're hearing is that in order to for whatever reason, move a post 6 inches and make some point, we would cause somebody who has all along complied with our building codes, with our requirements, built their deck based on stamp plans, would cost them $30,000 for 6 to 8 inches worth of intrusion into this setback. Thank you.
Any questions from the public? Okay, we'll bring this back to the board.
I would move that we adopt staff recommendations 1 through 5 on this item.
And number 7.
And number 7, yes. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and second again, and I'm going to make some comments just to tie together what happened today with what happened back in July. Sadly, first of all, I have to say that I'm saddened that we're even here talking about moving 6 inches of a particular post as it relates to a setback. When the motion was made back in July, my interpretation was that a variance had been recommended by staff predicated on the notion that a pre-existing condition was the basis for that. And as we peel back layers of the onion, it looks like legally what we have now is a pre-existing condition argument that probably will go to court, sadly. But it's arguable. There's exposure to the county, it sounds like to me, regardless of what we do. So I'm going to keep my motion of the 7th, I guess, or July, whatever date it was, based on the intent that I provided at the time. Largely because I think, from what I can garner, this is going to go to court, and we perhaps could have been a little tighter in our processing of all of this. But frankly, I'm sad to see individuals wasting such ridiculous resources and using the process for whatever their reasons are, when in fact we're talking about just a tiny proportional impact on anybody's lives.
Supervisor Holmes.
I have to agree with Supervisor Euler and some of what Supervisor Wygant said. We're talking about 8 inches. We spent couple hours up in Tahoe, now we're here again for a simple fix. I just don't get it, so I can't support the motion.
I am going to make a couple of comments here. You know, and this for me goes back to the whole idea of property rights. I mean, that is the foundation of what we live on here. There's boundaries. And I don't care if it's an inch, I don't care if it's 8 inches. If it breaches your right, you know, there's an issue there. And that, in this county, is something that I think needs to be protected, as well as other places. So while I appreciate the fact that staff wanted to go down this route of trying to find a compromise, I think it just makes this decision that much more difficult and that much more complicated. So therefore, I'm going to maintain my thought on how I perceived it up in Tahoe, and that is going to maintain the findings of the board and the findings as prepared by CEDRA and our county council, and stick with option 5. So, do I need to bring this to a formal vote?
Yes.
Okay, great. We'll go ahead and bring this to a formal vote. All those in favor of the motion as drafted without option 6, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Any opposition? No. Any abstention? Okay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We will now move to item, our 1015 item, timed item, facility services, ordinance amending the Placer County Code to increase regional sewer connection fees. Bill Zimmerman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Dave Atkinson with Facility Services. I'm here this morning to asking your board to consider the following. After holding a public hearing, adopt an ordinance revision to amend the sewer connection fees for sewer maintenance districts number 2 and 3, as well as County Service Area 28 zones of benefit 2A3, which is the Sunset Industrial Area, and zone of benefit 173, known as Dry Creek, at no net county cost, and make a finding pursuant to Section 21080B8 of the Public Resource Code that the higher connection fees are derived directly from the cost of providing service and are therefore exempt from from environmental review. The City of Roseville provides wastewater treatment for the South Placer Municipal Utility District as well as several Placer County service areas through a joint powers authority known as the South Placer Wastewater Authority. County Sewer Maintenance District Number 2, as well as the Sunset and Dry Creek County service areas, currently send their wastewater to Roseville for treatment and disposal or reuse. Also, with the completion of the Sewer Maintenance District Number 3 regionalization project, which is scheduled to go into operation later this winter, flows from SMD 3 will also flow to Roseville for treatment and reuse. Pursuant to the SPWA funding agreements, the county collects connection fees from new sewer connections to fund the debt service for the bonds sold, to construct the SPWA wastewater treatment facilities, and to fund future treatment capacity for these areas. The current county connection fee in these areas is $8,179 per equivalent dwelling unit, also known as an EDU, and includes the SPWA regional connection fee of $6,711 per EDU. On July 1st, the SPWA regional connection fee increased to $7,057 per EDU. This is a $346 per EDU increase and includes a 1.13% increase for 2013 and a 3.98% increase for 2014. These fee adjustments are based on changes to the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index as specified in the Roseville Municipal Code. In order to adjust these fees, your board must conduct a public hearing, approve an amendment to the ordinance adjusting the connection fees to $8,525 per EDU, and make a finding that the higher fees are derived directly from the cost of providing services. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on this item.
Questions of the board? No questions of the board? Questions of the public? Oh, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Anyone want to speak on this matter from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board. Great, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any objection? Any abstention? Hearing none, the motion carries. Great. Alrighty, now we will move down to our 10:20 timed item, Community Development Resource Agency Planning Services Division Zoning Text Amendment, Community Centers. George Rosasco.
Was that my intro?
That was your intro.
Thank you, Supervisor Duran.
You're welcome.
George Rosasco, Placer County Planning. Before you today is the proposed event center ordinance, which, if approved, will supersede the county's existing community center regulations. By way of background, as you will recall, the Board of Supervisors, put a moratorium into effect on community centers on April 2013 for 45 days. You extended it again on May 21st, 2013 for another 22 months and 15 days with the direction to staff to develop an ordinance to replace existing community regulations. Since that time, staff has conducted 4 public workshops with the Planning Commission. We've had 1 hearing on the proposed draft ordinance. Staff attended 10 MACs, at least a minimum of 2 times, sometimes 3, sometimes 4, because of the scope of the ordinance. We went before the Agricultural Commission 2 times. We also looked at 11 other jurisdictions' ordinances with regard to event centers to help formulate this ordinance. Staff didn't find the exact ordinance that would work for Placer County, but a lot of those ordinances had bits and pieces that worked very well when we were putting ours together. There was a lot of issues that were very well vetted during the public process. I believe most of those issues came to a compromise that the Planning Commission was happy with, members of the public were happy with. However, there are 3 issues, actually 2 issues, and a third thing that I need to talk to you about, but 2 issues that were controversial through the entire process and remain controversial. One is the number of events allowed at an agricultural event center. The ordinance, as written before you today, caps it at 26. Originally, the recommendation by staff was that 26 was to be the baseline, and that the conditional use permit would allow it to waver up or down, depending on the circumstances, with each specific agricultural event center. Probably the most controversial issue was access issues with regard to agricultural event centers. A lot of the MACs, most of the MACs actually, if my memory is right, were of the opinion that agricultural event centers should not be able to access down private roads. The original ordinance as proposed was that they would be allowed to access down private roads. However, it would be looked at on a case-by-case basis through the use permit. The middle ground that was struck at the last Planning Commission hearing was that for an agricultural event center to access down a private road, that every owner who has access rights on that property would have to sign an agreement that was notarized that said they're giving permission for that to happen. Staff would ask that you discuss those 2 issues and decide if that is in fact the way you want the ordinance to go forward. I have some suggested changes if you would like to do something different than what's in the ordinance now. Other than that, I think I'm going to stop there and answer any questions that anyone might have.
George, do you want to talk about the whatever suggestions that you have on that last item?
Yeah, sure. There's really 3 suggestions with regard to access. One would be that you could leave it as originally approved, as specified by the conditional use permit, and leave it on a case-by-case basis. The second is instead of requiring 100% of the property owners to sign an agreement to allow it, an agricultural event center to access down a private road. You could do something that is more of a supermajority, like 75% of the property owners. The issue that staff has with 100% is that there could be one or two people who aren't really concerned about the agricultural event center, but have the ability to hold the agricultural event center owner hostage. With regard to the number of events, staff still sticks by their original recommendation that they believe that that is something that should be determined by the use permit, and 26 should be a baseline. That everyone should be allowed to discuss why they should get 26, and the use permit should look at the individual circumstances and either vary that downward or vary that upward, depending on circumstances.
George, on that last piece, do we have a criteria in place to be able to assess the going up or going down?
Like a specific criteria, like a finding? We would not. We would use the standard findings in a conditional use permit, that you would make a determination that based on the proposal that it wouldn't endanger the health, safety, or general welfare of surrounding property owners.
So in the process of getting to that point, you'd look at how many homes are on the road, how many anticipated trips, all of that. Okay.
We would also have gone through environmental review, and we would have looked at and mitigated any significant impacts.
Okay. I think we have some questions. Supervisor Holmes.
If a agricultural event center is approved on a private road and all the residents agree, if the owner of the agricultural event center sells the property, the new owner would have to go through the whole permit process again and get agreement from all the neighbors or the residents on that road?
No, it would not. Conditional use permits run with the land, and the only way that that conditional use permit would disappear is if that agricultural event center was stopped for a period of 2 years, and then they might have to go back through the process.
Supervisor Euler.
Yes. The 26 events, how was that number arrived at?
One every 2 weeks. It was a random number. The numbers vary widely depending on the jurisdiction that you looked at. I thought 26 was a good starting point to look at. Maybe they could have less or maybe they could have more. But there's no hard and fast formulas that we use to come to the 26.
So under what is being proposed today, if somebody had a large piece of property off of, say, Highway 49 up by Lone Star Road, that area up there, public road, heavily trafficked, and they came in and were categorized as a community center, they would be limited to 26 events if what we, so they sink the dollars in theory into the facilities necessary to host weddings or what have you, and they could host one wedding every 2 weeks on average over the course of the year.
Correct.
Meanwhile, somebody who lives off of a private road, assuming this 100% threshold, which we'll get to later, who has a much smaller parcel has the exact same number of opportunities to recoup their investment. Whereas the community impact of something on Highway 49, arguably far smaller, and that's the net effect of a static 26, as opposed to what I think staff was recommending, which is the baseline of 26, and then adjusting up or down based on the suitability of the parcel, its surroundings, its frontage, those kinds of things.
Correct. And if I could just expand on that, do you mind just a little bit? When staff went about writing this ordinance, the thing that we strived to do was to make a document that would be able to go into the future successfully. The issue that we have in Placer County is that our agricultural lands are very fragmented. And really, when we talk about these things, we really are talking about agricultural event centers, not community centers, which is in the ordinance as well, and commercial event centers, but agricultural event centers. Our land is very fragmented. you may have a 20-acre piece that has surrounded by 1-acre pieces. So when you look at that on a case-by-case basis, you have to take all those things into effect, and you have to balance those things. And the way you balance those things is when you go through the conditional use permit process. If you put a rigid standard, it simply will not work for the majority of the cases in my 25 years of experience as a planner. That's what I would tell you. Rigid ordinances tend to need to be revised very frequently.
And then to the issue of the 100% versus supermajority, I certainly agree with you that 100% is too restrictive, and quite frankly, I believe that a supermajority of 75% is too restrictive. I think that a supermajority of 2/3 is perhaps more acceptable, just given the nature of so many of our private roads have really a de minimis number of lots associated, that even hitting 75%, if you only have 3 people, 4 people accessing off the road, you still find yourself in that situation where one person can hold it up. So an awful lot of our private roads have such a small number of parcels on there that hitting that 75% is dramatically skewed just based on the intransigence of that one individual, which is what you're trying to avoid with that 100% number.
Can I take that one step further? One other thing, because I've thought about this a lot. And one of the things is, on a private road, you could have an agricultural event center on, let's say, a quarter-mile long private road. However, that agricultural event center only needs to use the first 50 feet or 60 feet of the road. So now, that means every person, even the one at the very back, a quarter mile, has to give authorization.
Right.
It seems like those are things that are best looked at through the conditional use permit.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Holmes again.
Yeah, getting back to the maximum 26 events per year, I find that very restrictive. I don't know why it couldn't be, as all the other ones are, specified by the conditional use permit. That saves everybody a lot of headache, particularly staff. So I would support just bringing that back to specified by the conditional use permit. And I get the idea about the 100%. That is rather restrictive, and I would support probably 75% of the neighbors' support.
Okay.
Supervisor Montgomery.
Yeah, I think my fellow supervisors have raised a number of really important issues here today, and just to sort of recap what I heard at the multiple MAC meetings that you attended in the 5th District, the number of events was really important to people. 26 appeared to be arbitrary to people. They weren't quite sure where that came from. I do understand the every other week basis for that number, but no one could really get their heads around what that meant on the ground. Because in theory, you could have 26 events 26 days in a row, which would have a very different impact than an event every other week. Road access was probably the number one issue, followed closely by code enforcement. And what I hear the board saying, grappling with this question about private road access, I think is really the crux of the question that we have to think about today. And I know that there's this theory that, one individual on a private road could hold an event center hostage. But the flip side of that, of course, is that the event center could hold the road hostage as well. And so I think, honestly, the easiest way to deal with the private road issue is to say they're not allowed on private roads at all, that they must only be accessed by public roads. And I don't know if the board would support that, but I think it just completely resolves the question of how many, how do we enforce it, what happens if someone changes their mind later, what happens if the property sells and, then someone says, no, I changed my mind, I didn't want to agree to it anymore. I think, honestly, the cleanest and the simplest way to manage it is to say public road access only. Code enforcement was a critical issue.
It was, and that was one of the things I was going to come back to.
Okay, because I did have some specific, Michael and I talked yesterday, and I did have some specific recommendations under the special notice requirements in the language.
Yes.
Which is, right now it says, all types of agricultural event centers shall be required to post a notice 3 days prior to an event with a poster no smaller than. We need to add some language in there that says, and to remain in place during the event, because there's definitely a potential legal out there. You could post it 3 days ahead of time and say, hey, I posted it, and then immediately take it down. We need to make sure that language is very clear. And then it says the posting shall have a contact phone number that people can call during the event if an issue arises. That phone number needs to go to code enforcement. It needs to, not be the event center operator or 911. It needs to be code enforcement so that there is a specific access to the specific potential resolution for whatever issue is being raised. And then last, the other question that has come up, and I've raised this with you personally, is, the language says event means a gathering of more than 5 people for 1 to 2 hours. Now, I don't charge people to come to dinner at my house, but I often have more than 5 people at a time at my house. And 5 seems like a pretty low number to define as an event, whether or not you're charging people. I would ask where that 5 number came from, and did we consider larger numbers, and if so, what were they?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
And no, answer, yes. I wasn't sure if you were done yet.
I'm done.
Okay.
Temporarily.
Okay. Can I go to the public noticing
Absolutely.
first?
Yeah.
Okay, with regard to the public noticing, it was not meant to be a temporary notice like the little paper that we have. It's meant to be a permanent notice that says this is an agricultural event center, and it's supposed to have a phone number that if you have a problem that you can call the event center, and that number is supposed to be manned by a live person during all events. We can clearly also add in code enforcement's phone number. Since one of the things about code enforcement that we'll have, we're actively recruiting another officer right now who will be working at off hours to address these sorts of issues that may come up on weekends.
And I think that gets to my concerns. It's just the language as it's written right now does not make clear that it's a permanent posting, and it also does not make clear that who that number goes to.
Okay. With regard to the event center definition, 5 does seem like a very low number. I understand that. It was meant to stop agricultural event centers from creeping upwards and calling things where you had 10, 15, or 20 people not an event. Okay? So if you gave me a scenario, any scenario that's not for profit or a non-profit fundraiser or anything is not going to be considered an event under this ordinance. If you had 100 of your closest friends, or some of your not closest friends, over for the 4th of July celebration, that would not be an event because that's a private celebration. It's you having a party. Those sorts of things don't count. But anytime you do essentially a commercial endeavor and it lists a gathering which consists of friends or family of an event center owner that is not for the purpose of fundraising, profit, or is political, public, or educational nature, and no donation or compensation of any kind is exchanged in relationship to gathering, is not considered an event. So anything that you do personally is not considered an event. Anything that has 5 people or more that you do that's not personally related, that's an event. That number can clearly go up to whatever pleases the board. It could go to 50. It could go to 20. It could go to 10. My only concern is that if you take it to 50 or 20, that allows for a very smaller events on a very regular basis. Businesses could have meetings there on a regular basis. They could have all those sorts of things. And if we don't regulate it with regard to a low number, then it's something that we're not going to address through the process and through the conditional use permit because it simply won't be considered. So that was the intent, but it can clearly change if the board would like that to have happen.
Yeah, and, I understand the intent.
Uh-huh.
I just feel like 5 is too low.
Do you have a number that you think is more appropriate?
I'm thinking 20.
20.
Yeah.
About 5 vehicles.
Or number of vehicles. Yeah.
No.
But I just, to me, 5 people gathered at an event center for an hour, I just, unless they're doing a drum circle outside that's, annoying the entire neighborhood, I just don't see that as being an event. As I say, I routinely have 5 people
Yes.
and more.
But that would not be an event.
That would not be an event, understood, because I am not
If you had a
charging them.
drum circle with 30 people at your house, that would not be an event.
And if I charged them, it would be.
It would be.
But I'm not an event center, so I would not do that. What I'm really trying to get at, George, is how, just like the last discussion we had, how do we balance people's private property rights? I don't want an event center holding neighborhoods hostage, nor do I want a single individual on a private road holding businesses hostage. And I think I'll just wait to hear some more comment from the public before I go any further with that.
Great. Supervisor Wygant.
George, so first of all, I want to thank Cedra for the increase in code enforcement. I guess pending, we haven't yet hired that person?
We have not. We've gotten a lot of applications, though, and we're looking forward to interviewing the very best candidates.
So specifically, what hours do you think these people will be available? Will they be available, I guess that's the operative question, to fully enforce any time that these events could be going on?
Yeah, what we decided to do is we decided to start with them being on call on the weekends, have an officer on call on the weekends, and see if that handles the issue. If that does not handle the issue, then we will have to put an officer on call during the entire week. And if that still doesn't work, then we're going to have to look at maybe having an officer who simply works an alternative work schedule, which means he comes in at 2 and works till 8 or 9. I don't think we'll have to go that far. I think the on-call officer will work. As I've said a lot of times in the Planning Commission hearings, the best way to make sure that there's no issues with agricultural event centers is to simply, if someone violates their conditions of approval in the use permit, is that the bar is low. Staff makes a recommendation to the Planning Commission to revoke the use permit. That is by far the most effective tool that we have. My opinion is if one agricultural event center is brought back before the Planning Commission and their use permit is revoked because they are not following their conditions, my guess is that you will no longer have an issue at all with the rest of them.
I agree, and so in that the board decided to get into this general business concept, if you will, as it relates to the winery ordinance, which I voted for and support. On the other hand, I think part of the cost of admission on our part is in that we do have fragmented and small parcel-sized agricultural population of land uses. We need to be able to back that up because people who live out in the country who maybe just are out there for the peace and quiet of living in the country, if we're going to provide, on one hand, the economic stimulus and hopefully the investment in agriculture for these kinds of things, I think we also need to be in the business of making sure that we enforce our regulations promptly and clearly, and so that people have confidence that we can and will actually go to the extreme of potentially revoking a CUP. So another question at this point before we go into public comment. Was there discussion, and can you give some detail about it as related? So there's the private road issue and whether or not that concept is perceived to be compatible with the neighbors on a particular private road, and the private roads do vary. But there's also the cost of maintaining that private road. And so was there discussion about that, and could you tell me a little bit about what the outcome of that was?
There was discussion about a maintenance requirement. Normally what you would do is because every agricultural event center needs a conditional use permit, it is something that you would look at on a case-by-case basis, and you'd look at it proportionally, and you would have to assess the amount based on the agricultural event center's proposal of use that they would have on that road, and you would make them pay that proportional share of the maintenance.
And we clearly have the teeth to make that work, Jerry.
Well, actually, I wanted to bring to, since we're on this subject, there is an access standard that was discussed that County Council just handed me that includes the maintenance requirement.
Right.
That also includes that the applicant has to indemnify the county for claims resulting from road access.
Right.
So on and so forth. So I didn't know if that was included or could be included.
It was. I was going to come to that, Supervisor Duran. I was going to roll that out after I...
And that was just an alternative to the
Right.
homeowner vote or property owner vote.
Right.
I think in that kind of case, the board is attempting to define the rights of the private property owners, and usually the private property owners have resolved this issue of dispute over rights themselves, so the condition requires that the applicant come in and demonstrate that they have the right to use that road for that purpose, and then have a maintenance agreement among the other property owners to make sure that it's maintained.
But to clarify, this is not in the language that we have in front of us.
Yeah, that's not in the language right now. It was an alternative to the property owner vote.
It is, and if you chose to use that language, I would like to put one other addition to it that's in the ordinance now. It's not in that. And that says, in addition, an encroachment permit may be required to address ingress and egress and site distance requirements from the private road connection to a county-maintained road. That would also need to be contained in that language. That just ensures that where an agricultural event center comes onto a county-maintained road, that there would be adequate site distance, there would be an adequate apron so they didn't cause erosion to the county road and that sort of thing.
So then is staff comfortable with dealing with details like the event maybe on the first driveway on a common road, or it could be at the very end of that common driveway, and getting into the details of trying to assess what the cost maintenance issues should be to the extent that they come up when they start driving complaints?
Yes. Staff is comfortable with looking into that as part of the use permit.
Good answer, George.
Yes.
So going in, before we hear public comment, just so my colleagues know, having sat through a lot of conditional use permit processes on the Planning Commission, I personally am open to the ideas to whether it's 2/3 or 3/4, whatever the vote is. I don't like 100% because I think it gives a veto voice to a particular property owner. But I'm happy to hear conversation about all of that. But I think some kind of percent combined with the conditional use process is going to make the Planning Commission work very hard. But I have a high level of confidence in that system, and I think as long as we have good code enforcement that genuinely responds to these complaints, for better or worse, I think we can have a very positive outcome.
Supervisor Holmes.
Comments at this time.
Yeah, I want to get it back to the sign that's put out before the event. It's not an LED sign, right?
No, it would be wood.
Okay. So on the sign is going to be advertised there's an event on so-and-so weekend, or just a permanent sign that says this is an agricultural event center.
It's an agricultural event center. It would have the name.
Okay. And so how does the process work? Is the owner's phone number on the sign?
Yes. The owner's phone number is on the sign, and during any event that goes on at that agricultural event center, someone would have to be available to answer that phone. So if there's a problem?
If there was a problem, they would call the owner, and the owner addressed it. It should address it. If he didn't, then we go to the code enforcement.
And then you could put the code enforcement's number on there, and you could even put the Placer County Sheriff's number on there. I think both of those would probably be good additions.
It'll be considered wise if the owner got a complaint to put a stop to whatever was going on right then.
I would hope that the owner would respond.
That's what I would do.
Quickly.
Okay. And then, if I can go back to this 5 people, why an odd number? I mean...
Why 5?
Huh?
Why 5?
Yeah, I mean, if my son and his wife and their 2 daughters, we wanted to go out to my good friend now that owns a winery, because it would be my friend.
Right. Because there's always someone who's single.
There is?
Yes.
There would be if you...
There's always a single person. So you have to go with an... We can move it up to 7.
Okay, I just wondered why. I support the 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor, you.
Yeah, just a quick clarification, Supervisor Montgomery. You said that you would support there being no no access off of private roads whatsoever, that something would need to have access to a county-maintained road?
That would be my preference based on the input that I got from the municipal advisory councils and from members of the public to whom I spoke. That was clearly their first choice.
And is that for all 5 of the different center definitions that we have? Community, commercial, small ag, intermediate ag, and large ag? Is that for all 5 of them?
For any new, yeah.
Okay.
Anything that's existing obviously gets to remain under its current status.
Just out of curiosity, I mean, if it were to apply, do we have any idea what, if we just removed everything out there that meets any of these 5 definitions that accessed off of a private road, do you have any idea how many, what percentage that would apply to?
There wasn't a lot of discussion about actual community centers, which would be something inside a subdivision or a commercial event center with regard to access. It was never an issue. Those were things that everyone was comfortable with clearly addressing through the conditional use permit. The access issue was mostly to do with regard to agricultural event centers, which I will tell you, I'm going to say probably, I don't have a hard number, but most properties in the rural area of Placer County tend to be on private roads. Some of them are not. Some of the wineries right now have public access.
Sure.
It would be way over 50%, in my opinion, based on what I know about how the agricultural land is.
So I think it's just important for our board to be cognizant, if we were to go that direction, what it would do to limit what our board has historically stated is our desire, and that is to encourage the agribusinesses in this area. If so far, over 50% of these types of facilities have accessed off of private roads, there's absolutely no reason to believe that in the future you wouldn't be looking at the same kind of percentage, and you have just automatically eliminated over half of them from even consideration. And so if we're going to consider that kind of thing, we just have to be cognizant of what it means in terms of future development of our agribusiness in this county.
And I don't disagree. I think, frankly, we need to see what those numbers actually are. I would be surprised if 50% of the parcels in the agricultural areas of Placer County were accessed only by private roads. To me, that's a really germane piece of information that we need as a board before we can actually make a legitimate decision on that.
Okay, a couple of quick housekeeping comments, and then we'll open it up for public comment. First comment I just wanted to make is housekeeping. I did want to point out that it appears on attachment A, the first section of the ordinance, 17.04.030, is missing a word after less. I'm assuming that should be less persons. And I gave that to county council,
Okay.
so it's just a clarifying thing.
Okay.
The other thing is that I was a little intrigued by this correspondence from Jeff Evans from the Bear River Winery, and I just wanted your general take on the ordinance, the zoning text amendment's effect on, for example, his resort residential district. And he brings up a couple of inconsistencies that, this text amendment actually makes it more difficult for him to exercise, his property rights under the res designation, and what your response would be to that.
Here would be my response. Mr. Evans has a piece of property in a resort zoned parcel. Most of our resort zoned parcels tend to be in rural areas next to a river. There's some in Lake Tahoe. It plays off of some feature. Right now in our ordinance, a community center is allowed with zoning clearance. There's a misimpression that zoning clearance simply means that you walk in and we sign it off over the counter. It's simply not true. Zoning clearance requires that you get grading permits. Zoning clearance requires that you meet fire safe standards. Zoning clearance for ADA standards. If you're going to have a significant impact on the environment, you're going to have to look at that. Tree permits. So really, zoning clearance is not simply an easy process to go through, especially if you're trying to put in an event center in a resort area. There would be a lot of steps that you would need to go through. In staff's opinion, it is a much better idea to look at all of those things, because usually resort pieces of property tend to be sensitive because they're playing on some natural feature of the county, Bear River, Lake Tahoe. It would be better to look at an event center through the use permit process and environmental review to look at those things, instead of in a piecemeal way that we would do it through zoning clearance. That's my thought.
All right. Yeah, just so my fellow board members know where I am on the couple of hot ticket items. With regards to private roads, the roads are private. I think that I feel a little uncomfortable saying that we need 100%. I think the property owners who own that road should be the ones that determine whether or not that use is permitted. The second thing is on the number, and I do agree that I think 26 sounds like a reasonable baseline, but I think it should depend on the individual circumstances on the applicant's property that determines that number eventually. And I do, with everybody else, believe that code enforcement is one of those things that is going to be pertinent to the success of this endeavor and this program. So that being said, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. For those of you that would like to speak on this particular matter, please line up, state your name, and where you reside, and you have the floor.
My name is Lori Lewis. I reside at 6245 Wise Road, Newcastle. Good morning, members. This public policy regarding the event centers is based on people being honest, which is like building a home on a sandhill. The county is not going to monitor or count how many events each event center has. They're relying on us, the public, to police the amount. They have no record. For example, Gold Hill Gardens is allowed 26 events. If I count, and I am counting his events that he's currently holding, if I count 30 and file a complaint, which I will, whose word is the county going to take? He's going to say the other 4 are family events. Where does that leave me with fair representation? Now the burden of proof is upon me and my truthfulness against Mr. Carson's. That's the problem with this current ordinance. It doesn't protect me. It puts the burden of proof on me, which then puts neighbor against neighbor, which makes me go out and photograph his illegal events. You see what this is creating? I've already done it, so I already know, I can see the future. So, to me, it creates a hostile environment, neighbor to neighbor. We already experienced that with the brewery out in Lincoln. Restraining orders, it's ugly. You guys have a chance to make it right for everyone, not special interests. This ordinance is incomplete. What is lacking is a monitoring process which then protects everyone in the county, and we won't have to determine who's telling the truth, because that's what this is right now. I see it coming. Because I have the community center, Gold Hill Gardens down the street from me, and I have the winery on the other side of me. When we start visiting the winery ordinance, I'm going to be the local snitch because I'm going to hold people accountable. This ordinance does not hold anyone accountable. It makes me be the policing agent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Susan Ames. I live at the corner of Wise and Gold Hill. I just have 2 quick comments on a couple of points that were raised. I'm actually just a property away from Lori, so I'm in the same situation. A little closer to Gold Hill Gardens. The last 3 or 4 Saturday nights, they've had events. I'm maybe a half a mile away from them. I can't go outside without hearing PA system, people, yay, it sounds like I'm living next to a football stadium. The other night, the music was so loud, when I was putting my animals away, I could have sung along with it. My dogs would go outside and hear that, they'd start barking, I have to lock them up. I called the phone number, he's got a sign posted out there. I called the number the other night, and of course it was an answering machine. Please leave your name so we can give you information on our facility. and I just left a message, turn your music down. He's not going to get that message till the next day. So we need to do something where we know we can reach someone who can do something about it and monitor it right at that time, and we don't have that now. I know they're working on it. I know it's an issue, but I just want to stress how important that is. I personally would like to know when the event center is having an event. I don't want to plan a dinner party on my front patio only to go out and have to listen to that the whole night. I would unfortunately have to move my social schedule around the event center schedule, but I'm willing to do that. If it's posted on a website, but I've been told that that's not going to happen. That's going to be another issue that's not going to affect only me, but everyone else that lives close to these centers as they come up. The other comment I had was on the private road issue. George is probably correct as to how many ag properties now share a private road, but I will point out that that is for an easement or access for residential and ag use. I know, for instance, that the brewery fronts on Wise Road. They could have put in a separate entrance for their business and avoided this whole conflict. They just said no, they didn't want to. They didn't want to spend the money. I think that in a case where there is frontage available, that if you want to turn this into a business where you're going to have 200 people in and out during the day, if there's another alternative to the shared private residential access road, that should be mandatory. Where it isn't, then you can treat it on a case-by-case basis. But I don't see why people who moved into a property, the people that live by the goat house, I know are going to have a hard time if they ever want to move. That's going to affect all of us. That's my area of expertise because I did property appraisal for 17 years in LA. But I think that when the onus is on the new business owner, and this is a totally new business for this county, we're expanding the business for good or bad, but it's done now, and I think in that case that it's up to the business owner to take care of the problems before they start. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Marilyn Jasper. I'm speaking on behalf of Sierra Club and Public Interest Coalition. We very much agree with the staff report statement that zoning compatibility is a primary concern. The question becomes, are commercial event centers in res ag areas compatible with neighborhoods where people, established families in good faith, that they are residential ag, not commercial event? If decision makers are allowed what is in the report, the greatest amount of flexibility in reviewing application, that lack of certainty and specificity which created the current controversy to begin with will continue to drain staff resources and cause conflicts. We need certainty in this ZTA. We've submitted our recommendations, and we urge you to change or to make changes to at least two. One is the shared private road access on the res ag zoned parcels. Not one MAC nor one speaker at the last Planning Commission hearing spoke in favor of allowing ag event centers on shared private roads. Easements, it's already been stated, that we have on our road for 10 people are for those residents, my neighbors, to use the road. It's not for a public commercial ingress and egress. And that's where the rub is on the private road. The 26 maximum events per year is exorbitant. That's potentially one event every single weekend for 6 months straight when you're out in months when you might be out the most. They should be reduced to no more than 6 events in the res ag farm zones. And it should be noted that excessive noise is not always volume. A 12-hour span, that's what they can have, from 10 to 10, can be with continuous event noises, whether they're volume drowning out or not, can be disturbing. And even some families in our neighborhood have events, family gatherings, which could be considered excessive, but you know it's your neighbors. You know it's not commercial, so you're not that bothered by it. If middle ground, if on the shared private road, if we go with a middle ground and the neighbors do approve it, it should be recorded on everybody's deed that the event center has the right to use that road. Thank you.
Thank you, Merlin. Any further comment? Yes, sir.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jeff Evans, Meadow Vista, Bear River Winery. I think part of this, the problem with this ZTA currently is that we're trying to use broad brushstrokes on many different types of zoning, and I tried to bring that up in the letter that you mentioned, that everybody keeps talking about agricultural event centers, but there are event centers in this county that are on commercial property, industrial property. For example, the Beta Place, I'm sure Jennifer's aware of in Meadow Vista. And to tell Andy over there that he can only run 26 events, in the downtown Meadow Vista a year, I think is just insane. I mean, he should be able to have an event there every single day of the year. And why would we restrict him from being a profitable business? And I think that's the issue really at hand here, is that this ZTA is really anti-business, and we're trying to protect the farm zone, but even in the farm zone, 26 events a year is anti-business. I don't see how you can make a living doing one event every 2 weeks. It just doesn't make any sense to me. You've already brought up the 5 people or more. That's just insane as far as I'm concerned. That calling that an event, 20 maybe. I might agree with that. One of the other issues that I have besides the zoning is the parking lot slots for 2.5 persons. As a winery, we often have events that are trail events, and we might have sold 600 tickets like we just did for Grape Days of Summer. I had 11 cars on one day and 22 cars the next day. And if you sold 600 tickets, you're going to require me to have, 200 parking places or something when I really only needed, 11, or something like that. I think it's just ridiculous. But, the zoning issue is really, one of my key complaints, and that's what I tried to bring up in that letter, and that is because I'm on C, and there's inconsistency in the zoning if you enact this ZTA, because I will be prevented from going in and getting zoning clearance for an event center, a very simple process compared to a conditional use permit, but this ZTA doesn't have any mention of ARP, MUP, C. Everything is CUP, and I can turn around and I could be a house of worship on my property with just a simple zoning clearance, a C. And it's not as simple as one might think, as George pointed out. There's still a number of criteria that you have to go in and meet. And so why change the level of that to a CUP especially in zonings where it's commercial zoning like resort or industrial zoning or even C1, or this is just such a broad ZTA. I think it really just misses completely trying to do the right thing in the farm zone and be fair to everyone else. And thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Teresa Cheney. I'm in Newcastle. I would like to say, in reference to the statement the gentleman was making, how do you expect someone to make a business from this? Well, please, let's remind ourselves that this agricultural event center is supposed to be subordinate to agriculture and a way to help supplement agriculture. And so we all have agreed that, and I think we've seen throughout the MACs and through all the public hearings, that the people in general are very much open to the idea of helping support agriculture through some other mechanism, much as the wine tasting ordinance or the wine ordinance has done. So how you make a business from this, the business is supposed to be supplemental to support the agriculture, and that needs to be kept in mind. Also, I like Marilyn's comments about keeping a balance between the res, farm, agricultural, and these proposals, and trying to keep a healthy county where the management of these proposals is manageable. And what I'm hearing in all of the MACs, and what I'm hearing in working with George and what was presented, was not something from extremes. These were level-headed people that heard from the residents and heard from folks and came to before the board all in agreement that private road issue is messy. It's a messy issue, and it's something I don't think the county wants to get their hands and feet into. I really think when Marilyn talks about some clear delineation about within the terms of this zoning text amendment, this would be an easy one. This is, think of the word private road, much like we had to back up and ask ourselves, what is a community center? Let's go back. What is a private road? It's a private road. This is a public enterprise. This is open to the public. This is not appropriate. This is just wrought with so much disharmony and management problems for the county. I just think we need to consider that. I also, I just want to say that the MACs and the folks that have attended them and these wonderful folks, the volunteers that show up for the MACs, the advisory councils, they have been terrific, and they've been able to, and George, they've been really putting their best into this. And I'd be extremely disillusioned to see that the Board of Supervisors does not support something as unanimous as the MACs across the board saying this private road issue is no. It's at the very most, trying to be reasonable and trying to compromise, they came up with if you can get a signature notarized from every landowner on the private road. But this idea again of one holding it hostage, and then, I think it still stands to be a little lopsided if there's instances where public access roads could be, okay, I'll just leave it at that. Anyway.
Finish your thought.
Anyway, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you, but please take into consideration that these maps are bringing to you a reasoned, balanced proposal, and I'd like you to consider that. Thank you.
Yes, it's still morning. Good morning. My name's Carol Rubin. I also live in Newcastle. I live very near to Gold Hill Gardens, which is how I got involved in this 2 years ago. I'm speaking for Safe Placer Farmlands. I want to make a couple clarifications here. As far as we're concerned, the only issue is with the ag event centers. You want to make special arrangements for commercial and industrial zoning, such as Mr. Evans? We have no argument with that. Great mention has been made by Mr. Rosasco and members of the board that you prefer to handle a lot of these issues about number of events and size of events and private roads on a case-by-case conditional use permit basis. We would love to have that, except that we don't have a whole lot of confidence that the process takes into account our property rights. And this is a property rights issue, but it's not merely the event center applicant who has the property rights. Rural residents also have a right to the quiet enjoyment expectation of our property. Please keep that in account. When Gold Hill Gardens application was originally went up for administrative review, the planning services had them permitted for 365 days a year, events every day of the year. The brewery that everybody is now well acquainted with out in Lincoln, the county gave them the permit to use the shared private road without investigating the feelings of the other owners on the road at all. So unfortunately, we don't have a lot of confidence in that process, and I'm looking to you to help us get more confidence in it. I want to second what Ms. Montgomery has said. I really think the county doesn't belong in the shared private road access. A business that is the first one on the road has been mentioned. They can cut their own driveway. I think you're going to find there's a majority of properties that are otherwise suitable for event centers, and there are other restrictions, size restrictions, for instance, will be able to cut their own access. This gives the event center the right to force the easement widening to the detriment of the other owners too. You're going to actually, in many cases, take property away from them. It happened out at the brewery. It causes big liability issues for the owner of that easement if there should be an accident coming and going from the business. I just want to say, recently Nevada County had an ordinance where the Board of Supervisors took up the issue of event centers. The rural public has a very low tolerance for the increasing number of these things. The backlash is likely to result in more severe restrictions than what being proposed now. Nevada County limited to 4 a year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Colleen Crowden, and I'm in Lincoln. I am on Wise Road, and I am one of the neighbors who are directly to the east of the controversial brewery that everyone's been speaking about. The road access that they use is not my road, but I have the road on the other side of my property that their parents and 3 other neighbors use. The private road access issue is the biggest, I would say, because being a road owner, being a property owner that owns a road that is accessed by 3 other neighbors, I carry 100% of the liability of that road. I carry the insurance. I carry the burden of the maintenance of the road, and I also have full responsibility of anything that happens on that road. I also pay full taxes for that road. My tax structure is not in any way reduced because of that road. It's on the full parcel on my property. I bear that burden. I purchased the property knowing that I would bear that burden with the intent that the ingress and egress would only be for my neighbors, not for any type of business use down that road. I am business friendly. I'm a small business lender, so I have no problem with businesses out in the area. But isn't that why we have certain zoning areas that approve certain businesses to where they should be located in places that are appropriate for them? If you're going to have businesses, commercial businesses, out in rural areas where those of us live and have expectation of quiet enjoyment, at least then make it safe, and at least then have only the access that they can get from a public road. If the county is unable or unwilling to enforce the offers of dedication that each one of these easement roads bear with them, and therefore the burden is still on me and everybody else who owns a private road, then therefore the county has no right to approve any business on anyone's private road. It's my property. It's an infringement on my property, and it's infringement not only on my privacy, but the privacy of my neighbors as well. I'm confused as to how that even ended up an issue to begin with. I'd like an answer to that. I also have a letter of devaluation from my appraiser stating all the reasons and all the different issues that this could bring about for me, and how my property, I will have a very difficult time potentially selling this property, especially to a single family. I really don't see any family wanting to live next door to a brewery. Density and saturation were not an issue that was addressed. I would love to see the board please consider addressing density and saturation. And the reason why I say that is because currently I have a brewery next door to me, another brewery that's in the permitting process about 1/8 of a mile up my road, another winery that's a mile from my home. I realize I'm clearly in the hotbed of this issue for whatever reason, but density and saturation has to be looked at because literally, from my perspective, they're popping up everywhere now. That has not been addressed. It's got to be addressed because we have to be able to limit the burden that the residents are. If you're to commingle residents with businesses like this, you've got to be able to limit that.
You can complete your thought.
Okay. I really just would like to please stress one last time about that private access road issue. As a private road owner and being next door to the business that's been such controversy in this county, I can tell you firsthand it will be a huge problem for the county and everybody else who lives out here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Could we have everybody line up that's remaining to speak, because I'd like to get this moving and get it concluded. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this?
Good morning.
Go ahead.
My name is Sandy Sint. I live in Meadow Vista. I just have 2 points that I feel are very important. One is I'd like you to consider the number of events to be reduced just for homeowners who can be surrounded by multiple event centers. And 2, I would like you to consider no public access on private roads. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mike Carson. I reside in Newcastle. I am the new business owner for Gold Hill Gardens. I won't talk about the private road component of that. I'm sure you guys have enough information on that to make a good decision. One of the common threads that I keep hearing is the ag zoning and the protection of people's rights to live in a rural area and have it quiet. Ag, there's 2 components of ag. There is that residential component, but there's also the commercial component of ag. You know, the ag has a commercial component to it. So if people were moving out to a farm zone area thinking that they're going to get away from everybody and they're never going to have any commercial use or noise or anything else around them, I think that they're not fully understanding that ag has commercial components to it. I have commercial properties all around me that make, you know, different kind of noises. So I don't think it's fair to say that property rights for one should dictate property rights for somebody else. And then since we've been open for business, we've had several events already out there. In almost every single one of those events, we have supported other ag uses out there. The wineries, the Newcastle produce, where our caterers are getting, you know, products, and other local businesses that are out there. We've already been successful in doing that. We've had them call us and tell us, thank you for your support. So, you know, we may not have a direct agricultural tie to our cattle that we've run on our property forever, but I can guarantee you we are providing support to agricultural uses in the immediate area. And for the most part, most of our clientele have been local. It hasn't been, we haven't had the big Bay Area influx of people, and it's all been Lincoln and Grass Valley and Roseville and Sacramento. So it's been, it's actually been very good. And I tried calling to find out if there's been any formal complaints put against us since we've been open for business, and they couldn't tell me that there were any. We did receive a call on this last Saturday. We had a 50th birthday party out there, and you know, we were well within our noise levels that we needed to be. In fact, it wasn't even amplified music; it was just a radio. It wasn't even a DJ or anything like that. So, you know, I would strongly encourage the neighbors, if they've got specific issues that are legitimate, come talk to me. I'm a neighbor. I've said that I will stand up for what, you know, we've been conditioned to meet, and I definitely will do that. So I think that there's just a lot of people out there that move to the country to get away from other people, and they're trying to force that on to others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Pat Burke, also Newcastle. I also live a very short way away from Gold Hill Gardens. And when we moved to our property, which belonged to my parents, so it's been in the family for quite some time, we did expect noise. Roosters, donkeys, cows, horses. That's what we expected. We did not expect loud music. We did not expect event after event after event. We live in a rural ag area. And in my opinion, event centers, if they're going to be there at all, must support a robust agricultural component. I'd also like to chime in on private roads because I live on one. I agree with Jennifer Montgomery very strongly. No event centers on shared private roads. access only from public roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go into, or before I bring it back to the board, I did have a clarifying question that was raised during this whole private road for George, and maybe our county council can weigh in on this. What is the effect of this ordinance on a road that is held on an easement? Is there a distinction between a private road where everybody has access throughout their deed versus someone who holds the leasehold on that road and can revoke access at any time?
Yeah, well,
because I would think, and help me if I'm wrong here, that person that has provided access through an easement can, this doesn't affect, we're not telling them that they have to permit access through an easement. We're not changing that.
correct. And maybe Jerry will want to jump in here. All we're saying is if there's is this on?
No.
Speak up a little.
Okay. If someone already has an existing right to use a piece of a roadway, if there is not some explicit language that prohibits them from doing some type of use, that normally the accepted thought process is that any use that's permitted by law to go on that property has a right to access down that road. County council may want to correct me on that, but that's my understanding of the situation.
Well, the easement defines the scope of the
Exactly,
rights. And
right.
Easement can be overburdened, and if it is the property owner who
Holds the
has
easement.
the easement or has access to the easement can bring that to the attention of the person who's overburdening the easement.
Sure. Okay. I just wanted to draw that distinction because I think it's critical to discuss this whole private road issue because and I don't know what the amount or number of may be held through leaseholds, but this would not affect those that hold the leaseholds unless it overburdened or there was a condition on the leasehold that prohibited this. Okay. All right. Okay. I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion and action, and I'm going to close the public hearing.
I had a couple clarifying questions just before we got into more nuanced discussion. Ag and farm zone allow commercial uses within them, correct? They are not commercial zoning, but they allow commercial uses?
And actually, Supervisor Montgomery, there's also in this county, there's a right to farm ordinance. And what people need to understand is when you move into a farm zone, it can be loud, it can be noisy, and it can be just uncomfortable. For Western Placer County, the rice pumps, they're very loud. They run 24 hours a day during rice season. Fruit orchards, they can put what's called a Zahn gun. It's a carbide cannon that goes boom, very loud to scare away birds. They can have those there they go off about every 3 seconds. Common practices. Vineyards, they may go out and spray their crops at 2:30 in the morning because the air is still. So I know there's a perception that when people move into the country that it's this quiet, bucolic setting that's there's not going to be disturbance. It's simply not the case. The problem in this county is that has happened to some because of parcel fragmentation. There are a lot of areas in the county that have small pieces of property, acre, 2.3, 4, 5, that don't really have any heavy ag uses. Between here and Lincoln, there's a lot of fragmented parcels. So the expectation of people is that it will remain quiet. But if someone puts in a vineyard, it could change very quickly.
Okay, and then my other clarifying question that I have on this is, given that there are 5 different definitions of potential event centers in here, is it possible to actually, to use Supervisor Euler's word, bifurcate the ag farm purposes from the others, such as the ones that are in commercial?
And mostly when you look through the ordinance, it is. For instance, one of the questions that came up, number of events. For instance, community center is specified by conditional use permit. Commercial event center is specified by conditional use permit. No limitation on the number of events. The only time that you get to a number of events issue, a maximum number of events, is in agricultural event centers. I think when you look through this ordinance, almost all of these things are called out separately. Most of the issues that were discussed here today go directly to agricultural event centers. There was very little discussion about an actual community center or an actual commercial event center. All of the discussions, all of the major issues always had to do with agricultural event centers. As you read the ordinance, they are clearly separated out. So it's already bifurcated.
Right, and that's actually the point that I was trying to get at in this, is that, we're having parallel conversations really about agricultural/farm, res ag, versus the other pieces.
Right.
And I think that, that might get to a certain point at Supervisor Euler's concern about public roads versus private roads. I think there's an opportunity for this board to say, public roads only in the farm ag zones, but not the others. So it limits it only to those areas, rather than just putting a blanket limitation on it, which I think was your concern, Kirk, that there would be a blanket limitation on private road use throughout the county. And I think that the 26 events, that's ag farm zone only, if I understand what's written here and what you're saying, George. Okay, those are just the clarifications I needed on that, just to understand those pieces myself. Thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
So, not to sound like a broken record, but not that I'm paranoid schizophrenic, but I'm paranoid schizophrenic about the ability to respond to complaints. But you heard a couple of other examples today about, again, for me, if we're going to get into this business, I really want us to be tooled up to, if somebody thinks it's too loud, have the opportunity to have somebody from the county come out and first verify whether or not it is too loud, and then respond to that, during the event. If we can't do that, my attitude about getting into this business changes dramatically. So again, that's one vote, but let's be as explicit as I possibly can. So one question I have is, there was one testimony about having an opportunity to check when events were scheduled and a web page, and maybe even metering complaints. Is it accurate that we've determined that we cannot do that or shouldn't do that? Or
It was discussed, and it was something that we decided that we were not going to do as part of this ordinance. In all of the counties and jurisdictions that I looked at, only one was in the process of trying to set up some process like that, and it was Sonoma County, because they have such a problem with events happening at wineries, having localized traffic problems and that sort of thing. The way that we thought that we would look at those sorts of things is through the conditional use permit. We could set up a web page, I guess. Hadn't really given it much thought as far as self-reporting, so people know when events are and that sort of thing. It would, we'd have to go back and take a look at, is it incumbent upon the event center to enter that information into the web page? Is it incumbent upon them? Could it be something that they put on a Facebook page that anyone can access any time? I don't know. It was something that we discussed, and the Planning Commission decided that it was something that they did not think was necessary at this point in time.
Thanks. Well, so again, one comment or comment from one supervisor is that I like the notion. Some of the wineries are doing that already. So it could be maybe a self-regulation type of thing, but I like both the idea of people being able to learn when events might be occurring for market as well as neighborhood impacts, as well as ideas of complaints, if they're valid complaints, perhaps being posted. I know that there have been jurisdictions where restaurant inspections have been made public, for better or worse. Provocative idea, of course, but at least it's better service to the public. One comment, editorial comment, churches versus conditional use permit on Planning Commission set through church app. If you look at churches and their use, I used to live next to a church out in the country, and, Sunday morning, maybe Wednesday evening, very limited scale and scope, unless they decide to get into the school business, which opens them up to a conditional use permit process. So I really like the notion of having the conditional use permit process. It's labor intensive up front with the Planning Commission and for staff, but I think the outcome is the best we could hope for, because we're going to potentially custom fit every application to its particular setting and the circumstances. And so for the record, I have one MAC who recommended that there be no event centers on shared roads, and one who recommended that they have 100% approval from the other members on the shared roads. The problem with 100% approval is that people come and go, and so you may have a neighbor come in replacing one who was supportive of the event center, and 10 years down the road that becomes a problem. So I'm looking for the conditional use permit and some other guidelines for us to help. I'm also receptive to the notion of perhaps looking differently at the number of events on shared roads, privately owned shared roads. And I'll direct us to item 6 under number of events, C, 6C. It says all types of agricultural event centers shall be allowed a maximum of 26 events per year, but then it goes on to say that the term of the CUP might regulate that more restrictively, I'm assuming.
Correct.
So minimally, I'd like to see the word change acceptable to my colleagues, that shall be changed to may, and that Planning Commission then knows going in that the 26 is some kind of a guideline, and that there could be arguments made for more or less, and maybe with special designation to that if it's an event center that's proposed on a shared private driveway. Because again, what we're trying to do is balance that compatibility question, and living, and for most of my life having lived where I currently live, which is in res ag zoning in rural Lincoln, there are expectations about agricultural noises, and I'm one of the folks who makes those noises, but it's different from music in the evening. And that music in the evening could be fine, but it could be overbearing if it's in excess of the guidelines that we have for the appropriate decibel hearing readings and those kinds of things. And lastly, George, I want to make sure that I compliment you for all of your work on this. You've done a fabulous job, and you've carried a lot of water on this for all of us, and done a great job. I get very good feedback from my Macs and other people who have met with you, and I know you've been very thoughtful in my conversations and personal meetings with you, and so all of staff especially, but accolades to you, George, in particular. Thanks.
Thank you.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, on the issue of no access from private roads, I'm just curious why this particular commercial endeavor, not others, that take place on agricultural lands. I live on a private road, and 3 parcels away from me is a horse boarding facility that has riding stables associated with it. On any given day, that any time I drive by, there's from 1 to 12 different cars that are at this particular facility. The dust from this facility is amazing. You can drive down any given evening when the air is still, and I can't see my parcel as I'm driving past this house. So why not horse boarding facilities or dog kennels? Why this particular commercial when we allow for so many different commercial activities in these various zone districts? And then to the notion that somehow farm equals quiet. I mean, the horse operation notwithstanding, and the donkeys that they have in with the horses that bray incessantly are quite entertaining. But my neighbor to the southeast, on his acreage, he collects firewood and sells it out of his truck. He's got chainsaws going and splitters going and all that kind of stuff. My neighbor to my west, on 93-year-old retired gentleman, his hobby is driving his tractor around his 10 acres, and he does it at any given time, and he's got his big old weed cutter going on that sucker, and it's loud. And then my neighbor across from him happens to have 160 acres. They hunt. They're 6 o'clock in the morning. You're hearing shotguns go off when it's migratory bird season. This notion that somehow rural equals quiet. I've lived in rural Placer County since 1970. There are times when it's quiet and it's nice, but there are also times when rural means there are other activities. I mean, Supervisor Wygant grew up around combines and dairy operations. He can tell you not a lot of quiet associated with a dairy operation. So, if we're going to look at all of a sudden private roads mean you can't have any kind of commercial endeavor, commercial enterprise, well, fine, but let's take that across the board. Let's just say that you can't. If you're going to charge somebody to come board a horse, you better not be on private property. You charge somebody to come ride a horse or kennel a dog or pick up wood or anything like that. And if it's good for one commercial enterprise, let's make it good for all of them. Otherwise, my suggestion would be, to Robert's point, yes, it's a lot more labor intensive for our staff and the Planning Commission, but there's a reason that we have discretion. You cannot, in this county, write an ordinance that's going to meet everybody's needs. You simply can't. It's why we have staff, and it's why we have disagreements. I'm sorry, but we're going to continue to have disagreements whether we adopt an ordinance that satisfies you today or satisfies somebody else today. We're going to continue to have disagreements. That's why we have elections, too.
Okay, Supervisor Wygant, I mean, I hear a lot of discussion, but I think we need to focus on where we're going with this. So, Supervisor, did you?
No, I just left my mic on inadvertently, but I'm happy to craft up something if you guys are willing. Or
Chairman.
Let's listen from Supervisor Holmes first.
I just did real quick. EJ Audio Planning Services Division, if I can join in this discussion an hour later. What I could do is go through and frame up what I've heard as far as the discussion going through the proposed ordinance, if that would be helpful. And I'll start on page 70 of your board packet. This was a definition of the event center, and I've heard a discussion from several board members about whether the 5 people that constitutes an event should be changed to 10 or 20. That was one item that we would need closure on. We can either keep track of these and we can handle them individually one by one. At page 76, that's in regards to the access rights for roads and maintenance, and what was Mr. Cardin had presented with some new language, and I'd like to read that into the record. That would cover that, if I may. And what? Yes, sir. Yep, got that. On 2C, we would be replacing that with language that reads as such. If a community center, commercial event center, or agricultural event center is accessed by a private road, the applicant shall provide an affirmative written statement of the legal right to access and use said road for the purpose requested in the application and as may be conditioned. Said statement shall be included with the initial application submittal. Applicant shall include with said statement the proposal for road maintenance or provide evidence of an existing road maintenance agreement. Applicant shall be required to indemnify the county for any claims resulting from said road access, which requirement shall be included as a condition of approval of the permit. In addition, an encroachment permit may be required to address ingress, egress, and site distance requirements for the private road connection to a county-maintained highway. So that was the second one. Page 77, item 6C. This was regarding the number of events. Supervisor Wygant was talking about the language may. We can also insert language that says or as otherwise approved by the conditional use permit. And then the last item I had was on page 78, which is item 12A. Supervisor Montgomery had a couple suggestions about leaving the 4x4 foot sign in place during the event. And then for the contact phone number, adding the contact phone number of the property owner and also code enforcement. And sheriff, thank you.
It should be posted permanently.
And the supervisor's personal home phone number.
It should be posted permanently.
Okay. And also posted permanently what George's.
And a website that links to ongoing events rather than just notice that it's an event center.
And link it. And link it to some type of online access for people. And link to online.
Okay, with those, or do you have more?
That's my summary.
Okay, I appreciate that summary. With those items being considered or raised during this discussion, do we have a? Oh yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor Holmes. I apologize.
Event center ordinance with the corrections made by, or the comments made by EJ for approval.
Second, if I could ask one clarifying question. You probably covered the DJ, but on the page 76, item 2C, each owner of record said road, there was discussion about 75%, two-thirds. Did you address that?
I did not address that.
Good, then that means I didn't miss it, which is encouraging. So
there's two remaining items of that one which we need to address. 75%, 100%, or neither. And then also back to the definition, the 5 people, 10 or 20 constitutes an event. So those two we should probably focus on.
Okay. For how many?
20.
20.
And the suggested condition on access was designed to be a replacement for this property owner vote requirement, a different way of approaching the same issue by.
So, Chair, does that mean there'd be no vote?
It
would all be discussed at the CUP hearing?
Yeah, it would all be discussed at the CUP, and the owner just has to come in with affirmative statement that he has the right to use the road for this purpose. We're putting the onus on the applicant to demonstrate they have that.
Would it require that the applicant have consultation and feedback as to what the neighbors had reported?
Not as written, no.
Okay. I'm happy to throw out some ideas of, I think I like some threshold. I'm good with the two-thirds. Along with, in addition to that, Jerry's suggested language as it relates to the applicant having the burden of describing how maintenance is going to be shared, et cetera. Because that's the whole process of a conditional use permit, is to invite in that public input with more than adequate notion and have the commission dig through all that stuff and bite the bullet. And if there are disputes at the end, it gets right back here to the Board of Supervisors. So I want to encourage all that. So it could be appealed one way or the other, even with a vote. But I think some kind of guideline there is worthwhile, and maybe two-thirds is a logical threshold. My thoughts.
Chairman Duran.
Yes.
If I might, on the two-thirds threshold, that's something I could potentially live with, but only if the event center property owner was not part of that vote. Because say you've got 3 people living on a road, the event center person is obviously going to be in favor of it. 1 neighbor votes for it, 1 neighbor votes against it. You've reached your threshold, but frankly, with the interested party of the business to get you there, where you actually have 2 neighbors, one each with a different opinion about whether it should go forward or not. So I think if we're going to call for a two-thirds threshold, it needs to exclude the event center property.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Well, and so my point is that I would not be able to support that without.
Yeah, well, I think the property owner that has the right needs to be able to exercise that right. I see where,
then I will not be able to support the motion.
I see where you are, Supervisor, but,
Yeah.
yeah, that's, okay.
Supervisor Durant?
See, if it's 100% vote, then they get to vote, and they're one of everybody.
Right. Great, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted one other clarifying question. On the special noticing requirements, Supervisor Montgomery asked that it be posted online somehow. Can you specify a time frame in which you think it would be appropriate? 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours?
Well, I think as soon as we at the county receive notice that an event is coming forward, it should be posted through that event. I mean,
Yeah, normally we wouldn't receive notice. Once we do a use permit and they have a specified number of events, we would not receive notice every time they have an event.
we need a mechanism to receive notice in that case.
So you want this website to be controlled by the county? Is that what it is?
Updated by the county, yeah.
Updated by the county. Okay.
Wouldn't that be some form of advertising for the event center as well?
Should be on their website.
It's the same, I mean, we have links to bike races, foot races on the county, special events. I'm not sure how that would really differ.
It is something that we could condition as part of a use permit, that they let us know a certain amount of time beforehand, and that we put an event center link on our webpage, and that people who would like to go look and see, we could list all the event centers and we could put when they're having events. I mean, it's something that we could do. I'm trying to think if there's any fallacy there, but I don't see one at this point. Yeah.
I guess my question would be, to what end? What do we hope to accomplish by doing that? If somebody's going to have an event and it's disruptive, well, then fine, punish the disruptive behavior if it's outside of the requirements of the use permit. But advertising in advance and setting up the mechanism through which we have to do this, and then having some requirement that an event has to be posted 72 hours before the event's held, what about last-minute bookings? What if I decide that I want to, on Saturday, do something that qualifies as an event because a client called and said he has some people, can we get together? What, am I precluded if I'm from having the event, if I'm not 72 hours out, if they called me 48 hours out, can I not have the event? To what end? Before we just arbitrarily create encumbrances to people doing business, let's ask, what is it we hope to accomplish by doing this?
Well, I would hope to balance the private property rights of the neighbors with the private property rights of the business.
Right. You're right. And we deal with that all the time in the ag industry. And with the right to farm ordinance and all the rest, we deal with that all the time. But again, to what end? I mean, our board has taken, to your point, our board has repeatedly taken affirmative policy stances in favor of expanding our agribusiness. So to that end, we make some of these decisions. But when we start getting down to this level of minutia and requiring these kinds of postings, I mean, if something doesn't get up, what's the consequence? Is it our staff's fault that it didn't happen if an event goes forward? The temptation is to say there's a problem, so we have to do something. This is something, so let's do it. I'm not a fan of that. If we have a specific objective that we want to accomplish and we have the means by which to do it cost effectively, that's fine. But just doing these things because for the moment they sound good or they feel good, it just places a burden on everybody in the process.
And frankly, it's a moot point because I can't support the motion as it stands already, so.
Okay, so let's back to the business here.
So that was easy.
Do we have an outlines of a motion?
And on the access, the condition, we can just add supported by written approval of 2/3 of property owners served by the private road. To the affirmative statement that the property owner the applicant has to
To the
provide.
revised statement.
The events, instead of 5, would be 20 people. On 6C, number of events for all types of agricultural event center, should be the same as specified by conditional use permit. And then I'm still unclear about the road. Is it according to the?
It's the new revised language with the addition of the two-thirds.
Two-thirds.
Yes.
Okay. All right, then that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
No.
Any abstention? The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Then one last comment.
Yes.
Jack, when we delved into the winery ordinance, again, whole new business for us, and we had requested feedback after some period of time so we could make, I'm sure we didn't get everything right, although you guys did a great job. So if it's acceptable to everybody, have some kind of a scheduled 1 or 2 year check-in after implementation begins, report back to the board so that we can assess how we did and potentially take corrective action.
Yeah, I think that's a smart thing. Any opposition to that? Okay, great. Moving forward, just to let everybody know how this is going to shake out for the rest of our board meeting, I'm going to take one more item, which is going to be the animal shelter item, and then we're going to break for lunch, and then we're going to come back and fulfill the rest of our duties. We've been pushing it pretty hard on some pretty heavy-duty issues this morning. So that being said, I am going to take up Facility Services Capital Improvements, item 11.
Good afternoon, Chairman Duran, members of the board. I'm Rob Unholz, Capital Improvements Program Manager with Facility Services. With me today is Wesley Nix, Peggy Zariello, Mike Winters, and Anna Pylan from HHS Animal Services, Bill Lardner from Facility Services, representatives from Unger Construction, Dreyfus and Blackford Architects, Vanner Construction Management, Indigo Architects, and UC Davis Corrett Shelter Medicine, as well as members of the Animal Services Advisory Committee and local nonprofit rescue groups. The item before you today is a request to award the contract for the design, build, and construction of the Placer County Animal Services Center, project number 4639, located in the Placer County Government Center in North Auburn, to the design build firm or team of Unger Construction and Dreyfus and Blackford Architects in the amount of $17,989,404 out of the $22,108,459 in total budgeted net county cost, and upon County Council's review and approval of the required bonds and insurance, authorize the Director of Facility Services to execute the contract and any required change orders consistent with the County Purchasing Manual and Section 20142 of the Public Contract Code, and approve and authorize the Auditor Controller to issue the payment of a stipend in the amount of $50,000 each to the two unsuccessful teams, McCarthy, Lionakis, and Roblin LPA. The item before you is a result of countless hours of work by staff, consultants, rescue organizations in the community in a response to providing a solution to the conditions identified in the 1999 Humane Society of the United States report. The report states that spending resources on renovations to the current Auburn structure in an effort to mitigate the insufficient size and poor condition would not address the serious deficiencies found. They also strongly recommended that the county consider it an opportunity to relocate the Auburn facility to another parcel readily available on county land and relocate and construct it within the county government center. In order to provide some of the mitigations until funding became available for replacement, short-term improvements were made and additions to the original 1975 shelter in the early to mid-2000s. These improvements included conversion of the night drop area to shelter space, addition of a modular building for the animal control officers and dispatch, vehicle washdown area, new cat room and food prep area, new laundry room, new euthanasia room, as well as installation of a refurbished trailer donated by the Friends of the Auburn Animal Shelter as a veterinary facility. The final addition was a 6-stall barn in 2006. The county subsequently pursued an effort to replace the Auburn facility with one in South Placer, utilizing the consulting services of George Myers and Associates, and later Indigo Architects, to prepare a needs assessment and architectural program. This effort continued through 2010, concluding with your board redirecting the focus on locating the main shelter in Auburn. With the assistance of Indigo and their subconsultants, Jackson Ryan Architects of Houston and UC Davis Corrett Shelter Medicine, staff, private nonprofit rescue groups, and the community, we have worked to develop a shelter that is truly an animal services center. The new Animal Services Center will house 80% more dogs, 75% more cats, and 2.3 times the existing capacity in a disaster crisis situation such as a wildfire. The new Animal Services Center is designed to meet the needs of unincorporated Placer County, west of the Summit, Auburn, Colfax, Loomis, Lincoln for the next 25 years. In order to meet these project requirements, the new Animal Services Center requires a site of approximately 5 acres. The existing site of 1.7 acres could not accommodate the requirement of this new facility. Since the December meeting, we've modified the design and performance criteria to allow for the integration of program-level value engineering items and proceeded with the proposal phase of the RFP. Formal presentations were made by the design-build teams in late April. The proposals were ranked according to best value criteria, which includes the architectural design and efficiency of space planning, animal welfare elements, quality of building materials and engineering systems, sustainability and energy usage, project management and scheduling, along with the requirements of the public contract code for building design-build projects. The top-ranked team was Unger Construction and Dreyfus and Blackford Architects, with a technical score of 319, a cost proposal of $18,464,718, and a best value of score of 17.28, which was 35% higher than the second-ranked team. Their proposal also scored 33% higher in technical compliance at only a 10% greater cost than the second-ranked team. The major cost drivers of the facility are consistent with other types of construction, with structure and finishes accounting for approximately 40%, and mechanical, electrical, and plumbing 26% of the total construction cost. A typical 50-year private sector office building of similar size would be 40% and 20 to 23% respectively. With a construction cost, an actual construction cost of $16,182,526. The Animal Services Center compares well to the Sacramento County Shelter and the town of Truckee Shelter at a cost of $489 per square foot. To minimize costs as much as possible, $475,314 in cost reductions have been realized through the process of contract negotiations. Additional reductions estimated to be around $374,000 will be realized utilizing an owner-controlled insurance program and implemented through a deductive contract change order. Additional cost savings are anticipated with value engineering through the design and development process and construction document phases. Once all reductions are identified, the square foot cost will be reduced even further. Some key factors of the successful proposal are 34% more energy efficient than a baseline code requirement for the facility, LEED Silver certification from the U.S. Green Building Council that will ultimately minimize long-term energy costs. Infrastructure for future photovoltaic installation is also included. The two-story design creates a compact, efficient staff area, the second floor resulting in a 41% more efficient building circulation than the second-ranked proposal, minimizing distance between work activities, minimizing staff costs. The integration of durable, long life cycle materials will also minimize long-term operational costs. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Wesley Nix, Director of Environmental Health, Public Health, and Animal Services.
Thanks, Rob. Good morning. I'd like to start off by taking this opportunity to thank the board for your support and for your approval of the progressive and collaborative practice that was utilized in this design build phase. I'd also like to thank our facility department partners, Mr. Unholtz, Mary Dietrich, and Bill Lardner, for being so open and professional as they worked so closely with my staff. We're invited to attend every design build meeting and every value engineering improvement session. And at every turn of the way in the process, their opinions and ideas were genuinely welcomed and thoroughly considered. Equal weight was also given to the ideas, comments, and input from our partner agencies, such as UC Davis and our community members that participate in the Animal Services Advisory Committee, many of which are in the audience today. And they represent A New Hope Foundation, Placer SPCA, the Humane Society for the Foothills, my favorite name, Angels Rescuing Critters. It's a good visual there. Field Haven Feline Center, and citizens and town managers representing Sheridan, cities of Colfax, Loomis, Auburn, and Lincoln. And they are all partners in the process, and I thank them for their effort and support as well. So the results of such an all-inclusive and collaborative method yielded a design that Facilities Department is bringing forward today that truly is an animal services center that my staff and our community partners to provide the state-mandated animal services programs to our community in the best and most efficient way possible. Some of the most notable and significant operational factors improved by this design over any other design are, staff efficiencies. The dramatically increased staff efficiency achieved by having the support spaces, including storage area, food prep, laundry, all consolidated in a very intelligently arranged configuration with staff efficiency as they perform their duties. The architects had that clearly in mind. The dog kennels will have direct access to exercise yards, improving staff safety and saving time by reducing the number of animal-to-animal contacts. Exercise yards are located to help minimize staff time and animal handling time needed in our daily operations. And the two-story layout allows for efficient public and staff interfaces to be intuitive and easy and direct access to specific areas. And that built-in functionality should allow us to operate the new Animal Services Center at existing staffing levels for the foreseeable future, which will help us maintain our annual operating costs. The facility will also foster improved outreach and community involvement, as the community room design in this structure will provide the opportunity to conduct much greater outreach and education and training opportunities. For example, we plan to conduct classes to educate people on the alternatives to surrendering animals and on the promotion of animal health, as well as providing K through 12 education tours, emphasizing kindness to animals, safety around pets and other animals, and responsible pet ownership. And the ability to meet and train with our volunteer staff is another opportunity we look forward to with the new shelter. Of course, the increase in adoption of animals is one of the most important and primary goals of the program, will be greatly enhanced by the design. Recent data obtained from New Sacramento and the Truckee Animal Centers that opened not long ago indicate that an increase in adoption rates of as much as 83% are likely to be achieved once the Auburn facility is operational. Factors such as the adoptable cats at this facility can be seen from the lobby and natural light, and the dog housing design to reduce noise levels are some of the contributing design elements that will help us achieve that goal. This design will allow us to bring in all of our veterinary services back in-house, as it includes adequate facilities for surgery and spay and neuter operations to be performed. This feature will also contribute significantly to cost savings as it obviates the need for contracting to outside veterinary services. The feature will also allow us to perform in-house low-cost spay and neuter surgeries on adoptable animals at substantial cost savings to the community during planned special events. And finally, the most important factor is the consideration of the health of the animals of our community overall. This design is well ventilated. The animal housing and controls noise and odor and protects against the spread of disease. The facility will also dramatically reduce the stress to the animals housed there. And all the factors I mentioned before add up to a reduced length of stay, which helps optimize the duration of less than 10 to 21 days, which leads to healthy animals and increased adoption rates. So as Rob stated, this design is the result of a long, collaborative, and well-thought-out process from many members of our community. And I've only been at it a couple of years. I'm just proud and honored to have joined the effort and to be able to be a small part of bringing this forward for your consideration today. Thank you.
With that, in order to proceed, it's requested that your board award the contract for the design and construction of the Placer County Animal Services Center, project number 4639, to the design-build team of Unger Dreyfus in the amount of $17,889,404, and approve and authorize the Auditor Controller's Office to issue payments of a stipend in the amount of $50,000 each to the two unsuccessful firms, McCarthy Lionakis and Roblin LPA. This project is included in the county's multi-year capital plan approved for fiscal year 2014-15. Total project of the Placer County Animal Services Center is projected to be $22,108,459 in budgeted net county cost, including $17,989,404 for design build, $850,000 for the needs assessment, programming, environmental document, design and performance criteria, RFP development, value engineering, RFP, and stipends, $1.3 million in construction contract management, quality assurance testing, inspection, stormwater compliance, labor compliance, and commissioning. Just under $2 million for project management, force account fees, and contingencies. Approximately $2.2 million has been expended and encumbered to date. There's currently $19,874,638 appropriated in the Capital Projects Fund for the Placer County Animal Services Center project account. And with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions you might have.
Questions and comments of the board? Supervisor Montgomery.
Rob, one of the questions that I had is in terms of the square foot costs on this. I may have missed it because you gave a lot of detail in that presentation in a very compact period of time. What is our estimated square foot cost on this project?
As of this contract, it would be $489 per square foot, which compares with Sacramento County at $501, I believe it is.
Okay.
And
that's before soft costs, correct?
That's just construction costs, yes. And $490 a square foot for Truckee.
And Truckee, as I recall, does not include a surgical facility?
It does not have a surgical facility.
Okay. And then another thing that I think is worth noting is that the new facility, looking at the numbers that I was able to obtain, is going to be able to hold on a daily basis about 80% more dogs, almost 80% more cats.
Yes.
And in the case of an emergency, almost 2.5 times the number of animals that we're able to hold now. So it has substantially more capacity than the existing facility. And I note that because these are issues that members of the public have brought up to me. What are the costs compared to, say, Sacramento? What is the capacity, say, compared with Sacramento? And while we're on the topic of Sacramento, I think one of the things that's really worth noting is when Sacramento built their new facility, they saw an increased number of people who volunteered at the shelter because it was no longer a miserable place to work. And they saw a greatly increased number of adoptions out of the center. So, while we're looking at, yay, we can hold 80% more dogs, our intent is not to even have to do that, but to make sure that we adopt more animals out on a routine basis so that we don't have to meet our maximums. Is that a fair characterization?
It is. Sacramento County increased their overall live releases by 107% and 3.7 times increase in volunteers. So it's a place people want to come to volunteer and help.
So they more than doubled their live adoptions?
Yes.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Supervisor Euler.
Would you describe, it was alluded to that the county is providing mandated services. Would you expound upon that, please? What is the county's mandate in this regard?
The county's mandate is to provide for animal health. It's a state law mandated to the county's required to maintain all animal health, protect animal health. We're also required to prevent the spread of communicable disease, rabies control and prevention, and those are probably the primary, overall functions of it. It's the details of which and how we run the program are left up to the county, but the general mandate is.
And am I safe in assuming that we're not cut a check every year for this purpose?
No, we are not.
It's not a
very
funded,
unusual from the state.
Yeah, it's not a funded mandate.
That's
it is
correct.
a mandate from the state. And to your point about how we provide the service and the level to which we provide the service, well, we do have some discretion within that. Have we not been on the receiving end of one or more critical reviews by the grand jury about our facility out there?
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
Past year is very.
So here we have a state mandate. We've been put on notice by the grand jury that our facility is sorely lacking, obviously thereby creating a liability for the county that we have to figure out how we address. Jennifer was asking some very pertinent questions regarding Sacramento County, and you had mentioned operational design elements associated with this facility. From an ongoing operational cost, what are some of the distinguishing factors between this facility and the other two that you mentioned, for instance, Sacramento and Truckee?
Our facility's got a fair amount, a considerable amount of north-facing glazing. One of our requirements was to beat the minimum code requirements for energy by at least 30%. So that substitutes, the daylighting substitutes for electric lighting. The wash down and cleaning operations are really set up to be efficient with connections, centralized plumbing pumps, but connections in each of the kennels, and very durable, easy to maintain
And to
materials.
that point, expected useful life of, for instance, the walls within our facilities that will require constant washing versus the materials used in some of these other facilities.
30 to 50 years
is ours.
Yes. In fact, one of the things that Sacramento County did prior to going out to bid, and theirs was a design bid build, was to redesign, so their exterior around their large kennel areas, their exterior design is metal studs and cement board with epoxy. as opposed to their original design, which was concrete block and epoxy.
So clearly they're looking at less of a useful life. What is it estimated for their facility?
They're probably going to have to redo those walls around their kennels in about another 10 years.
Okay, so
or to some extent, maybe not completely, but to.
So while the original construction cost estimates compare similar to these others, as we look at our ongoing maintenance and operation costs for this facility, we look at all kinds of efficiencies and opportunities to save in the future where they will be incurring additional expense.
Yes, because we've invested a bit more in our first costs.
And then finally, we arrived at this dollar value of what's being proposed today, and as you described, we're not going based off solely off low bidder, but off best value.
Best value, yes.
We arrived at this as a result of a design-build process that was competitively open to the marketplace, and what the market told us is we're looking at a facility somewhere in the neighborhood of $17 million.
Correct.
That's what the market told us.
Yes.
Based on, largely, I'm assuming, on design requirements that, once again, are dictated by the state in terms of air exchange, the treatment of waste, those kinds of things, correct?
And best practices in the profession, yes.
Okay. So here we as a county are meeting our obligation to provide mandated services, not being compensated by the state to do it. We are responding to critical reports from the grand jury, thereby limiting future liability, and we're doing it in a fashion that engaged the private sector marketplace to come up with the most cost-competitive design and a design that will reduce future costs from an operations standpoint. Does that pretty well sum it up?
That pretty well sums it up.
Thank you.
All right. Before we go into public discussion, I wanted to just emphasize that latter part that Supervisor Euler talked about. Throughout this process, Supervisor Montgomery and I have been right in the mix, and not just in just hearing what you report back to us, but we've actually sat in those design review committee meetings. I personally have actually had you meet with some of the folks that I work with in the public sector to try to hone down the cost per foot on this. And at the end of the day, I'm used to building casinos and travel centers and other things. This is a very unique building with a lot of unique challenges. The wash down, the ventilation, all of those other things that go into it. And at the end of the day, what we have here is what it is. This is it. We've tried to pull out as much of the cost as we possibly can, but the challenges that we face are regulations, are the things that are placed on us. So my attitude going into it has definitely changed once I got into all of the different hoops that we have to jump in order to fulfill our commitment to the state and to the residents here. So I'm going to open it up to public comment, but I'm going to say this. When I argued my first case before the judge told me, he let the other person have it, and then he looked at me and he said, Mr. Duran, I'm just going to tell you this. If you're winning, keep your comments brief. All right? Okay. So that being said.
Hi, my name is Karen Wyatt, and I've lived in Auburn since the end of '79, and my voice is gone today, so excuse me. I've been involved in dog rescue for about 15 years now, 10 years with Auburn Area Animal Rescue, and the last 5 with German Shepherd Rescue, having worked with this shelter for that whole 15 years. Placer County has been doing a wonderful job of upgrading themselves and their images with their buildings, DeWitt and the police stations and all these things. This shelter, unfortunately, in spite of an awesome staff, is like walking into the old-fashioned dog pound. I've worked with Bradshaw Shelter, Front Street Shelter, Placer SPCA, which, as if the audience isn't aware of, Placer SPCA made a deal with Roseville and does not accept dogs from Placer County, just from Roseville, so they're not really helpful to this county. I'm hoping that you'll remove our last relic and make this a more open building for adoptions where more than 5 or 6 people can get into the lobby, and where there's an indoor visiting area, which all good shelters offer, where people that come in to adopt dogs have a place they can sit on a sofa, meet that dog, have staff with them. As they've said before, this opens up your adoptions tremendously. Right now, people don't want to go into this building. And if they want to, they usually can't fit into this building. So hopefully you'll consider this just from an aspect of making Placer County look a heck of a lot better with their last remaining relic, and get rid of it and help save dogs and cats' lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Holmes is pointing at himself as the last.
Yeah, why is
Oh, the building.
Questions? Jim's waving his arm around. No questions, right? From me?
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Michelle Buhan. I'm also a member of the Animal Advisory Committee. I'm also a member of Friends of the Animals, which I joined about 14 years ago. At the same time, I started volunteering at the Auburn shelter for several years, which at that time was a most depressing and heartbreaking place. Yelping, barking, fighting, and whining dogs cramped in overcrowded quarters, jumping frantically at the kennel doors, screaming for attention, and begging to be let out, had visitors, many teary-eyed, exit quickly to escape the sorrowful sight of so many desperate and unhappy animals. The shelter has become less crowded since, due to increased awareness of spaying and neutering, but it still remains an outdated, dreary, depressing, and inadequate place for the animals. However, some people have little reverence for animal life and would rather see them all killed than spend money on a new shelter, so they object and oppose due to the cost. While many animal advocates, including myself, have been pleading and waiting patiently for 14 long years for the construction of a new shelter, the county too has invested a great deal of effort, time, and money to get this project going, for which we are deeply grateful. In the name of the many voiceless little creatures who are unable to express their feelings of abuse, abandonment, torture, loneliness, desperation, or grief over the loss of their beloved master, please follow through with the already made plans to make a new Auburn animal shelter final reality. A cheerful new shelter will draw many people, including volunteers, from high school students to adults. And as more people work with the animals to become more socialized, happier, therefore easier to adopt out. A small gift shop for animals might bring in extra money, as well as a thrift shop like the one in Sacramento, which benefits the Sacramento SPCA and raises about $120,000 annually, all run by volunteers. I'm not aware of any classes being offered in schools to teach children some of the most precious qualities, such as loyalty, love, caring, kindness, courage, patience, and compassion. However, a small child growing up with a pet can learn many of these wonderful traits from animals they have learned to love, care for, and observe. Animals ask very little of us, particularly dogs, who serve us with unconditional love, even when abused. They possess more admirable human traits than many human beings and serve as an excellent example to follow. Please, honorable members of the board, approve and move forward with the construction of the long-needed and well-deserved new Auburn Animal Shelter. I want to thank you with all my heart for listening.
Thank you. And I will emphasize again that you don't need to use all of your time. Thank you.
What was that if you think you're okay to keep it brief?
Exactly, yeah.
But we prepared it. Good afternoon, Chairman of the Board, fellow board members, and people in the audience. My name is Anita Wright from Loomis, California, a long-standing member of the Placer County Animal Services Advisory Committee and Friends of the Animals. And I am before you to support the board's commitment to build a new animal services shelter facility. So much time and commitment has been spent on this project by Placer County facility staff to ensure that the new shelter will be both cost-effective and meet current and future needs. Shelters house a wide variety of occupants. Dogs, cats, other animals are brought to the shelter. Owners sometimes can no longer care for them. Homes have foreclosed. Owner's health has deteriorated. An owner has perhaps passed away. A nation can best be judged by the way it treats its animals. In Russia, Mexico, and other countries, for example, you see strays walking along the streets looking for food, shelter, and love. Perhaps unknown to some, as was explained, Placer County is legally responsible for providing an animal shelter to meet the needs of the community. A new Placer County animal shelter should be something a community should be proud of, one that welcomes animals, provides care, spay, neuter, vaccinations, and provides employment, and a wonderful place to volunteer visit and for students to go on field trips. A new facility will provide a great community resource to its citizens because they can find and adopt pets to help people with disabilities such as PTSD, autism, epilepsy, vision, diabetes. And pets also help us heal faster from operations, sickness, provide companionship and unconditional love. Recently, I learned that all of the rescue dogs used in the last flood disaster came from shelters. A new facility will provide a better revenue resource thanks to updated features like meet and greet in an outdoor cells. Spay-neuter vaccinations will draw not only new interest but potential adopters. Unlike prisoners who have committed crimes and are housed in multi-million-dollar facilities with amenities that most people have, sheltered animals are in a shelter for the most part through no fault of their own, and they don't want to return. On the other hand, we have prisoners who want to return to prison and get all the freebies at taxpayers' expense. This new facility will provide the best environment to ensure its animals will have food to make them strong, they'll receive medical treatment to heal their wounds and illness, and most of all, loving care to keep them healthy and happy and with a chance to find a forever home. Every animal who comes through the doors of our new shelter for care and attention and then go back out again to their new home have all of you to thank as they owe you their life. This makes a significant difference for animals in our community. So let's keep the ball rolling and remain firm in your commitment of 14 years ago to build a badly needed Placer County Animal Services Shelter facility, a most worthwhile investment we can all be proud of. Thank you from the bottom of our heart, my heart.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Demand, members of the County Board. My name is Jennifer Fearing. I'm here today on behalf of the Humane Society of the United States. And I just want to thank you on behalf of our members who are in your community and on behalf of my colleagues who first visited this facility back in 1999. I want to thank you and your unbelievably talented staff and your amazing humane community for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
3 sentences instead of 3 minutes. I'm Marilyn Jasper. I'm speaking on behalf of the Humane Society of the Sierra Foothills. In the decades that I've been working with rescued animals and the past decade with foster puppies, I have never, ever had anybody say, I love going to the Placer County Animal Shelter. That's a given. So I think we've gotten more than our money's worth out of the current facility and urge a yes vote to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing the public to have some comment on this important topic. My name is Jill Mendelson, excuse me, allergies, and I taught for Placer Union High School District for 31 years at Chiana High School. Some of you might be familiar with it. Some of you might have sent your children there to catch up. But in any case, I was hired to have a vocational agriculture program in a continuation high school, which is quite rare. We had the first California FFA chapter in a continuation high school, and students were very involved in all kinds of projects. Among the projects were internships, which made me need to seek community resources so that students could do internships at these different places. And the Placer County Animal Shelter was one of my strongest allies. They would take students in for 3 to 5 day internships, allow them to job shadow with the officers, allow them to walk dogs, watch the meet and greet process, all within this very antiquated and very rundown environment. And this was many years ago through 2010 when I retired. They never turned down a request for help for education in the classroom, but it always had to be in the classroom because there was no place on site to bring kids. With the community room that is part of this proposal, there will finally be a place for students and groups and other interested parties to actually come on site and have a positive experience and use our community resource in a broad-based way. I decided to come, and even though I don't live in Placer County anymore, I live in Grass Valley now, and speak on this topic because I have such passion for the people who work for the Placer County Animal Shelter, for their generosity and what they did for me when I had an ag program. I know that they also help my colleagues at Placer High School, the ag teachers at Placer High School, Ken Martin during my day, and Jack Chelkin at Del Oro High School. He might still be teaching at Del Oro. He never wants to stop teaching. They help them as well. I had a school farm. They came out to my school farm, helped us do some better organization of how to store feed, how to clean facilities, all of that on their own time and pretty much on their own dime. So I'm here to encourage you to support this facility and its extent, because it's something that will give back to Placer County for many, many years to come. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joy Smith, and I'm with Lincoln, and I'm also the founder of Field Haven. And my comments are very brief. Let's just get this party started.
Thank you.
I'm Lynn Howe, and I just wanted to personally thank you all. Supervisor Euler, great justification for doing the shelter, I thought, and tying it back to mandated services. I'm just personally taken, Chairman Duran, with the fact that you got so involved in the process, and I really appreciate the fact that you said that today. Thank you. Supervisor Montgomery, special part in my heart forever for helping us all to forge forward on the new shelter, and I'm just very thankful to have worked with you all, and the fact that you're going to go forward this is just tremendous. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Susie Bain, and I'm president and co-founder of Angels Rescuing Critters. Thank you for the lovely... I want to thank you all so much for being part of this, and I want to say our group, our Angels, only pull from the Placer County Shelter, and we have been for 12 years, and it's time, and on the front of my website it says 1 by 1 until there is none. Well, that's not going to happen without your help, without going forward. They come in groves. There's nothing we can do about that anymore. I used to think we'll get there, and 12 years later, we're not getting there. So the new shelter is amazing, and it is a great place for us to introduce children. And we have groups that come in and introduce to kindergartners what it means to be a solid animal owner and how important it is to spay and neuter. All of it comes into play in our rescue group. I've heard talk about fixing up the shelter, and seriously, that's like putting lipstick on my Doberman. It's not going to work. My husband is a pipe man, and I can truthfully tell you the pipes are terrible. The plumbing is so dilapidated, and let's not mention it is not ADA approved. There's no way it's compliant. So I have been visiting other shelters from across, mostly California, some in Utah, some in Montana, and I am telling you, I have learned that if you bring up your shelter, if you improve it, your community improves, excuse me. So all I'm saying is, and thank you, because I know you've done your homework. I know you've done your homework. I know, Ms. Montgomery, you've done your homework. And I want to thank you, and I appreciate that. And I just want to say, without you, we can't go forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for their contribution and efforts to make a difference. My name is Robert Candler, Jr. I've been living here since 1976. I've been visiting the facility ever since I was that old. It has affected my decision and my parents' decision over the years to adopt an animal visiting the old facility. I don't want to make any. I would like to not offend anybody that works at the facility. They're all great. The facility is the problem. I have adopted an animal and saved it from being destroyed in Sacramento, and has made a huge difference in my life because of the fact that I have friends like Shauna Larson who has contributed to the community by building a humongous facility with her own money, and really, really, really cares about the animals. And I also really, we as humans owe it to the community to provide a humane and well-maintained facility for all of Placer County. I would also like to mention that the old facility could be used as perhaps a training center for people like myself, that would like to give animals that or otherwise would be destroyed by proposing a grant for a third chance and possibly turn these dogs around that will be destroyed. And I thank you guys all for everything you guys do for the community. I think that if anything, this has to be done in order to get kids to enjoy, handicapped people to enjoy, and just overall a better facility for animals. They can't be treated the way they are in the facility that has been here since God knows when. I don't know when it was built, but I know that there's no getting rid of some of the stuff that's in that concrete and in that facility that's in the metals, and that will continue to cause disease, kennel cough, and otherwise could have other outbreaks. So by having a new facility built, we can make everybody in the community happy. I know that there's a ton of people that wanted to show up for this today and were unable to, and I think you guys are on the right track by accepting this wonderful, wonderful building that we need to have. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That being said, I'm going to close public comment and bring this item back to the board.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstention?
Thank you.
The motion carries. Before we adjourn to lunch, I am going to grant one request from UDW. They missed the public comment at the beginning of the meeting. If you'd like to make your comments right now, please feel free to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair members. I guess I just wasn't fast enough during public comment. My name is Cindy, and I reside in Roseville, and I'm the primary caregiver for my 25-year-old adult son, Nathan, who has mild cerebral palsy with mental retardation. UDW, the IHSS providers in Placer County have not received a wage increase in several years. Those with mental disabilities and physical disabilities are just as important as those with mental illness. And those of us who care for them, we have value. There's approximately 2,000 of our caregivers here in Placer County, and the income that we receive, we turn around and put right back into Placer County and into the economy. our family members, our clients that we care for need the personalized care that we provide, and we would appreciate if you would understand the value of our positions and show your appreciation for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All righty, that being said, we are adjourned for lunch. They had to get them out. Yep. You can't just come up and say, well, I support it. I support it. Bless you. I guess we can go ahead and get started. I'll go ahead and call this meeting, the resuming of the Board of Supervisors meeting to order. And we'll start with our department items. Department item 8A and 8B, approval of minutes of July 8, 2014. Supervisors Wygant and Montgomery absent. How's that going to work? Yeah, well, maybe not. Okay. Yeah, I think he's gone. So we can roll that over to the next one. Yeah. We'll just roll it over to the next one. Okay, so we will take up 8A at our next meeting because we don't have the appropriate number of supervisors for that one. And we will move on to 8B, approve the minutes of July 21st, 2014. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposition? I am going to abstain, so the motion carries. We'll now move to item 9, Community Development Resource Agency Planning Service Division, Cabin Creek Biomass Facility Update.
Great. Thank you, Honorable Chairman and Board members. Brett Story, a Senior Management Analyst representing the Community Development Resources Agency. Today, you'll be presented an update of the Cabin Creek facility and asked to approve 2 related agreements. There is positive news regarding the power purchase agreement that our staff and our developer, Tahoe Regional Power Company, via their representative Greg Stengel, would like to share with you today. Firstly, our developer has provided project information to the Placer County Air Pollution Control District regarding all emission sources, and the permit is being evaluated for completeness and ultimate approval via their process. Typically, they complete their review in a short time frame, but sometimes require more information, so staff at this time doesn't have a final estimate of when that's going to take place, but we are monitoring that. Secondly, as you know from our last update to you on July 22nd, Tahoe Regional Power Company and Liberty Utilities had agreed to a tentative term sheet for the sale of electricity in April of this year. Since then, Liberty had requested and was granted the opportunity to investigate owning the facility. They have discussed a mutual agreement on that issue, and as of last week had agreed, providing the parent company approves, to go ahead and sign the PPA with TRPC and submit that to the California Public Utility Commission. Supervisor Montgomery, thank you, was present at the meeting per your board's direction from our last meeting, and we can talk about the elements of that if we'd like. Provided that today's agreements are approved, the PPA is signed, then TRPC investors move forward soon. Our timeline of breaking ground on the site in May, or as weather permits, of next year can be achieved, and it could be operational during that winter season of 2015. That is our hope. Staff has prepared 2 vital agreements for your review and a request for approval today. One is the biochar purchase agreement, and the second is a developer agreement. Both agreements, which are integral to TRPC during the next phase of the project, which is to fund and construct the facility. These 2 agreements, like the technical analysis and the design of all of our early efforts by the county and our consultants, as the earlier biomass fuel sale and delivery agreement, were developed on your board's direction over the last several years. Altogether, this package represents an investment in our county to provide benefits to our citizens and the land, which will have the potential to lower air emissions in the region, lower the risk of catastrophic fire, provide a process to remove forest waste and create green energy, and protect our forested lands. All these goals that your board desires to achieve should also lead to an improvement in recreational opportunities, in residents retaining their fire insurance policies, which has become a problem, a lower rate of respiratory-related issues in the region, and a true potential to lower firefighting costs in the region, ultimately, as we protect the forest. In April of this year, your board approved the term sheet for the biochar agreement, which staff has now created from those terms and is requesting your approval, which includes the following: a 10-year term, an obligation to purchase up to 500 tons of material annually solely from the Cabin Creek facility, a purchase rate of 35 cents per pound, an equal funds sharing of any future green or carbon credits that might be awarded by any local, federal, or state agency. The county will also receive an additional biochar at no cost should the market price become lower than the purchase price at this point. And then our standard county insurance and indemnification requirements are all in that contract. The current market for biochar is sold at around 79 cents per pound. At that rate, the county could realize an annual profit from this agreement if it stays that way. Staff has reviewed the market conditions, the biochar use, and resale opportunities, and concluded the amount and the purchase price for the biochar is supportable by your board. Staff has also prepared a developer agreement which would allow Placer County to reimburse Tahoe Regional Power Company up to $1.5 million for allowable construction and development expenses from the funding that is currently remaining within the Department of Energy grant that we have received. For those funds, Tahoe Regional Power agrees to pay the county installments on an annual basis of up to $120,000 if the facility operations meet a predetermined financial milestone. This agreement has a term for up to 20 years and a total of $2 million back to the county. It's important that your board realize that this obligation to repay the county is unsecured. The funds are solely and exclusively from the Department of Energy grant and therefore limit the exposure of the county's funds. If the project is successful, which staff has every reason to believe it will be, the county will realize the repayment over time. There will be a fiscal impact to the county with these agreements in the future. The previously approved biomass fuel sale and delivery agreement could be engaged as early as the summer and fall seasons of 2015, where we'd be required to provide enough material for them to run through the winter. TRPC has agreed to prepay in $100,000 for the portion of those deliveries to assist with any early cash flow issues that the county might have. You may recall that our master stewardship agreement with the Forest Service has a cost-sharing function to allow for the reduced fuel cost to allow the facility to be economically viable. Staff anticipates that up to $415,000 from revenue from TRPC during that time, and that will be received, and that cost is shared with the U.S. Forest Service and is projected to be less than the revenue we will bring in. Staff will be bringing to your board a competitive procurement process for those operations that include the biomass removal, grind, and hauling next spring to get ready for the summer season, so we hope to have several qualified vendors at that point. The biochar purchase agreement obligation will begin once the facility becomes operational, which is estimated to be around March of 2016. The county will pay $350,000 annually for the biochar, and as stated earlier, at 79 cents a pound, the county could realize funds up to $790,000 on that biochar. The developer agreement annual payment could be, again, up to $120,000 annually and would begin roughly a year later as they have time to go through the year and figure out whether they've met the financial the portion of the payment. So that would be March the following year and annually for 19 more years as that would go. That's the conclusion of my staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions. Our developer representative, Greg Stengel, I believe, is here and would like to say just a few words, and then we're happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Chairman, members of the board, delighted to be back here in Auburn. Obviously, I thought today's meeting was in Tahoe, which explains the lack of tie. Again, just wanted to say thank you to Supervisor Montgomery. I really feel, again, the county's been supportive all along, but your presence in our most recent meeting with Liberty Utilities we feel was quite helpful in moving things along. I'm pleased to report that Liberty previewed the project with the California Public Utilities Association yesterday. I am informed by them that the Public Utilities Commission was actually more informed on the project than they were, which actually makes us quite pleased. Again, just want to underscore the importance and urge your consideration of the two agreements before you today. With those two necessary but not sufficient agreements behind us, that leaves only the power purchase agreement before we essentially have a completed package. With that, really happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sure. I just have a question for Rob real quick. I read through both the agreements, the CHAR agreement and the development agreement, and just want your perspective that those agreements reflect the county interest and they represent in all material respects the county's position on this particular issue.
Yeah, we believe they accurately reflect your board's direction from earlier this spring on the approval of material terms. There's obviously, this is a new area for the county. We've gone through and have tried to project where we go forward once the agreement is operational and tried to have the agreements be consistent in that respect. There will be a significant amount of management at the front end required, and as Brett has talked with the county auditor about setting up the necessary financial protocols. It's impossible, of course, to predict where things are going to go. We do think they provide adequate protections for the county, including an obligation in both agreements for TRPC to indemnify the county, as well as providing the standard insurance provisions. An important point Brett made is the key provision of the biochar agreement is that biochar has to be produced from this site. It's not like we're going to get out-of-market biochar. We think that's a key point in the entire business proposal here.
And what's the timetable for the finalization of the PPA?
We've put a provision in the agreement that TRPC needs to notify the county by December 31st, 2015 that they've actually signed a valid and binding PPA. We think that should be well within that time frame, but we did want to provide an outside time frame in the event something did go unexpectedly.
Okay, and you're going to be participating in the drafting of that, or?
That's a private agreement between TRPC.
Right.
Right. However, we talked with Greg about it. He'll be keeping us informed.
Okay. Okay.
And Greg and Brett, thank you for having me join you in the meeting a couple weeks ago relating to the PPA. Just to fill in a little bit more in terms of timing, I think the three of us made it pretty clear that we needed to see a signed PPA well before the end of the year. And that it was really critically important so that Greg and his investors could move forward with a May 1st groundbreaking. And that the county certainly had not just expectations in terms of contractual obligations we have, but frankly political commitments we've made to our state and federal partners in this process, who also have expectations about how this process is going to be moving forward. We also made it clear at the time that we were really pretty agnostic in terms of who actually owns the facility. At the end of the day, that really makes no difference to us as a county, but that we do actually, for Greg's benefit, if not also for ours, need to understand what that framework is going to be sooner rather than later. The gentleman that we were speaking with from Liberty said that they thought that probably within a month to 6 weeks was realistic for them to get back to us with any loose ends to tie up in terms of the PPA. So I'm frankly hoping that by the end of September we will have something in place, or Greg will actually have something in place that will allow him to move forward. But these two actions that we're being asked to take today are also necessary for him to move forward.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? All right, then I will bring this back to the board for action.
I will move approval of the action requested.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No abstention? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Very much. We'll move to item number 10, District Attorney Agreement, California Department of Justice.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy with the District Attorney's Office, and I'm here requesting for our office to the board to approve the amended agreement with the California Department of Justice for forensic alcohol testing, toxicology, drug, and solid dose analysis, and reimbursement of a criminalist for the period of July 1, 2012 through June 30th, 2015, in the amount of $513,514, and authorize the district attorney upon approval and review by risk management and county counsel to execute documents required. This agreement has been utilized by the district attorney's office for the past 4 years since fiscal year 2010-11, and this amendment is for an extension through the end of June 30th, 2015. This extension will allow Department of Justice to continue the scope and services they are currently performing for us. The terms and conditions of the existing MOU shall remain in effect until June 30th, 2015. And there's no additional general funds required.
Okay. I know that this particular contract is, there's been an interest, a very large interest by the district attorney to try to get more access and to have these tests done in a more timely fashion. Has there been any discussion with the Department of Justice and the negotiation of this extension to assist with that?
I'm not quite sure about that. Mr. Owens would probably know about that, but I can find out more and get back to you on that.
That would be fine, and I'll speak with Mr. Owens as well. Jennifer Montgomery.
Thank you. My only question on this is the final paragraph in terms of fiscal impact says that these funds were budgeted for fiscal year 2012-13 in the amount of $144,858, fiscal year 2013-14 in the amount of $188,078, as well as $180,578 for fiscal year 2014-15. Have we not paid the past years?
No, we have paid the past years. That was just to give you an indication of each year how much was in the budget for the Department of Justice. And we've just combined the years since we've had the contract with DOJ.
Okay, so you're not asking for $513,514 today?
We're asking for the $180,578 for fiscal year 14-15.
Because it's really unclear. The action requested references $513,000, and that makes me very uncomfortable.
Oh, okay. It's collective. It's from prior years. It's just the total.
Okay, and Jerry, we can move forward with that? Yeah. Okay. So we're not actually acting on the action requested. We're acting on an action for the $180,578 for fiscal year 2014-15?
Yes.
Okay. Just freaked me out a little bit when I saw that. Thank you.
Any further questions? Great, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the $180,578 amount, correct? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Any abstention? None heard. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. We've done 11. We'll go to number 12. Public Works, award of contract 1178, hot mix asphalt overlay.
Yes, sir. Kevin Tabor, Public Works, Road Maintenance. This next item, we're asking you to make two actions: adopt a resolution authorizing the chair of the board to award the contract to Knife River Construction. It's contract 1178, hot mix asphalt overlay, summer 2014. It's a 3.2-mile stretch of Placer Hills Road outside of Meta Vista. Also asking you to authorize the Director of Public Works to issue change orders up to 10% of the contract amount. This is a federally funded project, and we're actually able to use toll credits, so our normal 11% match is covered by toll credits, so there's absolutely no county cost on this one, 100% funded. We received 6 bids. We opened bids on August 5th. Knife River Construction of Chico was the low bidder, and interestingly, with this bid, they were 21% below my engineer's estimate. About this time last month, we were awarding a contract resurfacing, and they were 25% over. So who knows what's going on with crazy oil prices? But anyhow, the contractor has indicated they're ready to proceed. So if we award the contract to them, they're ready to go. So any questions? I'll be happy to answer.
Questions of the board? Okay, bring it back to the board for action.
Move approval of item 12A, 1 and 2.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? None? No abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 13, County Executive Confidential and Unclassified Non-Management Employee Compensation, County Code Chapter 3 updates.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day, so I'll make it quick. I'm before you, Nicole Lopez, CEO, Risk Management Division. Last month, your board approved salary compensation and benefit increases for PPO general and professional units. I'm here today in consistency with those increases to apply towards the confidential and unclassified non-management employee groups for the county. Adjustments include modest wage increases beginning this November, starting with 2%, and incrementally increasing over the next 3.5-year period for a total of 6%. Also included elimination of the long-term disability benefit and some adjustments with the Tahoe Rural Health and Tahoe Subsistence Pays. The increases have been scheduled to happen incrementally over the next couple of years. Therefore, the total full cost of the package will not be finalized or realized until fiscal year 2017 and 18, and it's estimated the cost of $289,000. The action before you is the adoption of the codified and uncodified ordinances that makes those salary, benefit, and compensation adjustments.
Okay.
If you have any questions, we're available.
Any questions of the board? Any questions of the public? I see none. Bring it back to the board for action on item 13A, 1 and 2. Just A, yeah. Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposition? No abstention? That motion carries. Now we'll move to B, elected department head, management employee compensation, County Code Chapter 3 updates.
Thank you. This item is a one-time salary adjustment effective November 15th of 2014 for a 2.5% wage increase. Also, the elimination of the long-term disability benefit and other increases and adjustments. These costs would be absorbed by departments within their current appropriations. And due to mid-year implementation, the total cost of the proposal would not be realized until fiscal year 15-16. With the offset of the long-term disability elimination, the total cost is estimated at $794,000. The action before you is the adoption of the codified and uncodified ordinances that make those adjustments for the elected department heads and the management employees. And if you have any other questions on that item, be more
Any questions from the board? Okay. Any questions from the public? I'll bring it back to the board for action. Great. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? One abstention? All right. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will now turn this over to our county counsel, who is going to take us in to complete our closed session items of this board agenda.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to take up the items that are listed on page 4 of the agenda.
All right. Sure.
You're good there.
Oh, ready? The board has returned from closed session in conference with legal counsel and two anticipated litigation items. The board unanimously, with Supervisor Holmes absent, authorized an increase in the contract amount for the firm of Hanson Bridget on IRS issues, and also authorized a contract to retain Lieber Cassidy on labor issues. In the conference with real property negotiators, the board heard a report from its real property negotiation team and gave direction to that team. No other reportable action was taken.